Thanks everyone for purchasing my course. And this course, unlike other courses, this course helps you deep dive about Active Directory. We will look at understanding the Active Directory. Then we will set up our labs, and we will also learn the Active Directory basics like trees and forests. And we'll also learn about the authentication types like NTLM and Kerberos. And we will see how to enumerate our ports. We will also learn about file transfer techniques. And there is a lot more you can learn from this course, and you can benefit from this course during your interviews. This course is designed so that it helps people to think from an attacker's perspective. And this course includes the most up-to-date, the lateral movement techniques and persistence techniques that are employed by the real world hackers. It not only gives you the information to learn, but also gives you a perspective, an attacker's perspective to think. So if you learn everything, then you can also ace interviews. It will help you during your interviews. And I will be there with you throughout the course. So even if you have a simple question, and if you are feeling uncomfortable, and if you still didn't learn any topics from the video, you can ask me in the comment section, and I will be there to help you regardless of the question difficultiness. This course is designed for people who are preparing for OSCP, PNPT, or Act the Box CPTS, and also red teaming exams like CRTP and CRTO exams. So this course will help you, as an initial ones. It will help you to get started with the red teaming one. This course is mostly designed for people who want to go from beginner to intermediate level, and this is a part 1 course. In the part 2, we will move from intermediate to expert. And I thanks again for purchasing this course, and I have no doubt that you will benefit a lot from this course. Please feel free to ask any questions regardless of the question difficultiness. I will be there to help you out. And thanks again for purchasing this course. Let's make this a course a worth one. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to enumerate Active Directory using PowerView. So let's get started. Go to your DC01 machine and open any browser. First, we will download PowerView 2. So type PowerView download and click on this first one, PowerSploit Recon PowerView.ps1. Click more information. Click continue to the unsafe site. So click this option, third one, download raw file. I have already downloaded, but if you get this option was blocked as unsafe by Microsoft Edge, then you click on this three dots, select keep, and click keep anyway. So I have downloaded it now. So open up PowerShell. First you have to type first go to downloads folder, and first you have to type PowerShell -ep bypass. First you have to type this command. The reason is because PowerShell default blocks this PS1 scripts to run. So if you want to run the script, first you have to bypass it, and then you can run. So I have bypassed this one. And if you want to run the .ps1 script, you have to type dot space dot and backward slash poweru.ps1. Okay, this is how you run the Power View. First, we will enumerate about details about the domain. So the command is get net domain. If you enter this command, it will show you the details about the current domain. You can see my forest name is uap.local and my domain controller is tc01.uap.local and the name is uap.local. So this is how you get the details about the current domain. So now we will enumerate domain SID. So the command is get domain SID. SID stands for security identifier. So this is the security identifier for our domain uap.local. So this is I told you in the previous video, every thing as SID. It is used to identify. It is used for identification purposes. Next, we will enumerate the policies. You can see I have system access policy, Kerberos policy, and different types of policies here. We now will enumerate the system access one. So this system access contains the minimum password age, the maximum password age, and the minimum password length that I have to set for this computer, the password complexity, lockout back count, and if I want to change any password on logon, it says 0, which means no. Yeah, any clear text password, etc. So this is how you get the password policies. The next one is so this command get net domain controller gets information about our domain. You can see this gets information about our domain controller. You can see our the current domain controller name is tc01.uap.local, and it shows the operating system the domain controller uses, which is Windows Server 2022 Standard Edition, and the current time, and also it shows the IP address for this domain controller. So this is IPv61. You might also get IPv4, but here it now shows in IPv6 format. So So now I hope you understood this video, and we will enumerate more about users, computers, and groups in the upcoming lectures. And thanks everyone. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to enumerate users, computers, and the groups in the domain. So go to your PowerShell. We are going to use PowerView for the all lectures present in this section. So if you want to enumerate the users, you have to type get hyphen get user. This shows a lot of output here. It shows Peter Griffin and Stevie Griffin. It shows all the users in the domain. Chris Griffin, Herbert. It also shows the bad password count, which means the number of times the user has entered any incorrect password. You can see here bad password count, and it also shows the last logon time. For user Herbert the private, we can see he's a member of the private group, everything. So this is showing lot of outputs which is not in a readable format, right? So let's make it in a readable format. So get net user and this pipe, and select, let's say we want to know about the name, hyphen, sorry, the pipe command, get net user, the pipe one, and select name. And yes, CN stands for common name, and we have these users present in our domain: administrator, Peter Griffin, Stevie Griffin, Chris Griffin. So these are the common names. Suppose if you want to know the name that will be used during the login time, then you have to enter Sam account name. So these are the naming format that will be used during the login time. So you cannot use these names. You have to use this, the dot, Albert dot the private, Chris dot Griffin, Steve dot Griffin, and Peter dot Griffin. And one more important thing is we will search for bad password count. You can see here every user has 0, but Stevie dot Griffin has 2 bad password counts. So this is little bit suspicious. If you are a blue team and you are doing a routine check, and if they find this bad password count, then this will be flagged as something suspicious. So this is the command we can use to enumerate the users. Next, we will enumerate about the computers. Just type get hyphen net computer. Again, this shows lot of information. all the information are not needed. We will select the one which we want to know. So I want to know the common name and the operating system, and I also want to know the operating system version. The thing is that these things are, I'm just using, I'm just following from this column. Okay, operating system, operating version, and you can see lost log on. So DC01, the operating system is Windows Server 2022 Standard Edition, and the version is 10.20348, and the last logon time is 26/8/611 AM, and MS01 is Windows 10 Enterprise Evaluation Edition, and again the last logon time is 19th August 6:52, and MS02 is again a Windows 10 Enterprise, but the last logon is 87, which means out of all these three computers, MS02 is the less used one, because now the date is 26 August, but it shows we haven't used this computer for past 9 days. So this is how you enumerate computers. Let's enumerate groups now. Type get net get hyphen domain group. Again, it will output lot of names. We will select the one we needed. I need Sam account name. So this shows this domain as this groups, the uap.local as this groups. So administrators, users, backup operators, domain admins, DNS admins, key admins, in the private group. So if you want to know about the members of the group, then you have to type domain group member and space the group we want to know. Now I want to know the members in the administrator group. So I'm going to type get domain group member and administrators. So it shows Chris Griffin, Stevie Griffin, Peter Griffin, and enterprise admins administrator. So here you can see get domain group member and administrators. So we are searching administrators group, and you can see enterprise admins. This is also a group, right? So previous command, you can see when we queried for the domain group, it shows enterprise admins, which means enterprise admins is a group. But when we queried here, the administrator groups has again the administrator group members as a different group, which means so the members in the enterprise admins are also group members of administrators. It just in simple, a domain group can also be a member of other domain group. So that's the reason we can see a domain group here. So I will search for other. I will query for this enterprise admins now. So these enterprise admins are members are Chris Griffin, Steve Griffin, and administrator. And this is how you query groups and its group members. Get domain group for querying groups, and from that group you need to supply the group members, administrator, and this one. And that's it for now. And in the next lecture we will see the more advanced one. And thanks everyone for watching this video. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to enumerate shares, processes, files, and look for GPO group policy objects in our computer. So first we will enumerate group policy objects. So we have to type get net GPU. It again shows a lot of information, but I'm gonna need only the names. You can see here this domain as default domain policy, default domain controllers policy, disabling antivirus, which we have created a one when we installed our lab setup, and also in the former lectures we also disabled control panel. So these are the domain controllers we have right now. When we are working, if there is any rule like antivirus, firewall installed or not, you can if the administrator has disabled or not. If you want to know about more information, then you can use this command getnet GPU and see if there is any group policy objects enabled. Suppose if you're unable to browse the internet, you can also search for the GPU objects. The next one is we will enumerate the process. It shows the computer name where the process is running, and the process name, and the process ID, and the domain, and the user who runs it. So here I'm going to select the process name and also the user who runs it. So this is important when you are doing privilege escalation. Suppose if the computer has any vulnerable service or process running, you can use this command and check for any malicious one. So, and this one text input post.exe is administrator, and this registry is running as user system, and this PowerShell right now I'm using is running as administrator. You can see in the title name administrator Windows PowerShell, which means I'm running it as administrator. So that's the information you are seeing here. Next, we will enumerate the shares available. The command is invoke share failure. This will enumerate all the available shares. Let's enter. This command will take some time because it has to enumerate all the shares. It took me like 2 to 3 minutes to run this command. So I can see I have admin share, C share, IPC, and this share learning we have created when installing our lab setup, netlogon, syswall. So these shares name and also the computer. So it all present in DC01 machine. Next we will search for files. Type invoke -file finder. So this command will search for any password or credential files. It will be useful if you don't want to go and enumerate all the files in your computer. This command will automatically find the files for you. And you can see here I have one password.txt file, and the owner for this file is administrator, and the created time is 20 August, last access time and last return time, and the length. I'm gonna hit Control Z here. Let's see the contents of this file. Select type. If you hit enter, you can see there is password information. Password is password1234. So this is how you enumerate shares, files, GPOs in the process. So I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will enumerate the host names and the local admin access, and also we will enumerate do we have any active sessions on any other computers. So now we know we have set up a DC01 machine, MS01 and MS02. So we know the host names, right? But if you are working in Active Box, and especially in Active Directory machines, and you want to query for computers present in the any other computers present in the Active Directory or not, then how do you query it? We can use Power View to query for the host names. So you can type git -net computer, select DNS host name. You can see there are 3 computers, DC01, MS01 and MS02. So our host name is DC01. And except DC01, there are other 2 computers present, which is MS01 and MS02. And this is how you can use PowerView to identify other computers in the domain. It will be useful when you are doing hack the box Active Directory machines. So, I have identified the host names. And next thing what you have to do is, out of three host names, on which computer do I have admin access? So for that query, you have to type I think here should be a hyphen. You can see I have admin access on DC01 UAP.local. I will hit Control Z and I will type who am I. This runs under the context of UAP/administrator, which means this user has admin access on DC01 UAP.local. And I don't see any admin access on MS01 and MS02. So even if I don't have admin access on other computers, you have to enumerate at least you have an active session on other computers. So for that you have to type get hyphen net session. It will show the active sessions on other computers. You can see I don't have active session on other computers. Only I have active session on this computer, localhost. Localhost meaning my the DC01 machine. Only this computer I have local access right now. So right now I have turned on only DC01. So here in the left column you can see that I have turned off MS0 and MS02. So that's the reason I think it's not able to find the active session and the local admin access, because this UAP/administrator has admin access on both MS0 and MS02. Because it is turned off right now, that's why it's the query power view is not able to give the information. So first you have to query for, let's recap. First you have to query for other active computers in the domain, and after finding that, you need to query for if you have any administrator access on those computers. And even if you don't have administrator access on other computers, at least you need to find if you have any active session on that computer. And this is how you enumerate the computers. This will be very useful when you are doing lateral movement. So there are a lot of techniques in lateral movement, and I will explain you in the upcoming lectures. But for now, this is with Power View you can enumerate this stuff. And I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will enumerate the host names and the local admin access, and also we will enumerate do we have any active sessions on any other computers. So now we know we have set up a DC01 machine, MS01 and MS02. So we know the host names, right? But if you are working in Active Box, and especially in Active Directory machines, and you want to query for computers present in the any other computers present in the Active Directory or not, then how do you query it? We can use Power View to query for the host names. So you can type get -net computer, select DNS host name. You can see there are three computers, DC01, MS01 and MS02. So our host name is DC01, and except DC01, there are other two computers present, which is MS01 and MS02. And this is how you can use PowerView to identify other computers in the domain. It will be useful when you are doing hack the box Active Directory machines. So I have identified the host names. And next thing what you have to do is, out of three host names, on which computer do I have admin access? So for that query, you have to type I think here should be a hyphen. You can see I have admin access on DC01 uap.local. I will hit Ctrl Z and I will type OMI. This runs under the context of uap/administrator, which means this user has admin access on DC01 uap.local. And I don't see any admin access on MS01 and MS02. So even if I don't have admin access on other computers, you have to enumerate at least you have an active session on other computers. So for that you have to type get hyphen net session. It will show the active sessions on other computers. You can see I don't have active session on other computers. Only I have active session on this computer, localhost. Localhost meaning my the DC01 machine. Only this computer I have local access right now. So right now I have turned on only DC01. So here in the left column you can see that I have turned off MS0 and MS02. So that's the reason I think it's not able to find the active session and the local admin access, because this UAP/administrator has admin access on both MS0 and MS02. Because it is turned off right now, that's why it's the query PowerView is not able to give the information. So first you have to query for, let's recap. First you have to query for other active computers in the domain, and after finding that, you need to query for if you have any administrator access on those computers. And even if you don't have administrative access on other computers, at least you need to find if you have any active session on that computer. And this is how you enumerate the computers. This will be very useful when you are doing lateral movement. So there are a lot of techniques in lateral movement, and I will explain you in the upcoming lectures. But for now, this is with PowerView you can enumerate this stuff. And I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Everyone, in this video we will talk about the types of accounts in Windows. In Windows we usually have a standard user account, and we will have administrator account, and we will also have guest user account, and we will have NT authority system account. This is very important. Before you do privilege escalation, first you need to identify whether you are a standard user, administrator, or guest user. So it is an important step to identify which type of user you are before doing or escalating your privileges. First, understand these users. So this standard user is, a normal user, or the user who does, normal actions, like day to day normal actions. We'll say normal activities like logging in, using MS Word, or browsing, doing basic stuff. This administrator user is more powerful than a standard user. And this administrator will be able to control a system, and he can do modifications, or the administrator has the ability to restrict some kind of apps, something like that. So this administrator user is more powerful than a standard user. He is more powerful than a standard user. And this guest user is used for any temporary purposes, who does not log in regularly, just a temporary purposes. And this NT authority system user is very powerful than all the users, standard user, administrator user, and guest user. This user account is very powerful. So more powerful than all the other users. So this user typically runs the underlying Windows services, or third-party applications, etc. This user is very powerful user. So in terms of privileged accounts, the level will be first the standard user, and this administrator is more powerful than this standard user, and NT authority, this user is more powerful than this administrator. So this is more powerful, and this is second, and this is third one. This NT authority has more privileges than this administrator, and this administrator has more privileges than standard user. So this is the way, this is the level. And we will talk about the types of privileged types. Okay, so relations. We'll talk about the types. So we have two types of privilege escalation. One is horizontal level, and one is vertical level. Horizontal privilege escalation and vertical privilege escalation. Say for example, first we will talk about horizontal privilege escalation. Say for example, I have a compromised standard user. And just to recap, Anti-authority has more privileges than administrator, and administrator has more privileges than standard user. The spelling is wrong, sorry. Administrator. Yeah. If I got a shell as administrator, then I'm gonna do, and if I do privilege escalation, and again, if I land into a standard user, then it is called as horizontal privilege escalation, meaning from standard user, I escalated my privileges again to be another standard user. So this is horizontal, and vertical means, and if I am a standard user, and I will do privilege escalation, and after that privilege escalation, and say for example I got a shell as administrator, then it is known as vertical privilege escalation. This administrator has more privileges than standard user. So if you if you have difficult to understand, let's do this way. Horizontal means this one, and vertical means straight, right? And horizontal means standard user, say standard user. You are escalating privileges and you got a shell that has the permissions or the privileges same like the initial one. Meaning even though I got escalated my privileges, the permissions level, everything will be the same as the first one, this one. And vertical means I got a standard user and I got some permissions according to my privileges level. Vertical means, and I have escalated my privileges to an administrator, and administrator has more privileges than the current I have right now, right? And this permissions will be more in this administrator user. So then this is called vertical. Horizontal means both the escalated user and the both users will have same privileges. In vertical, the escalated user will have more permissions. So you can say if permissions are same, then it is horizontal. If the escalated user has more privileges than the current user, then it is known as vertical, because the standard user, and after escalating to privileges, this administrator has more privileges than this standard user. So these are the type of privilege escalations. When you do red teaming, you should do horizontal privilege escalations because sometimes vertical privilege escalation is not possible. It will be difficult. And horizontal privilege escalations, sometimes you will have write access to someone's folder. So you can view or do some or see if there is any sensitive files present in another user's folder. Mostly while doing privilege escalation, this horizontal privilege escalation is what usually possible in red teaming. And vertical privilege escalation is not common because more recent Windows machines are patched, right? And the goal of red teaming is not escalate privileges to administrator or domain admin. They will only escalate privileges only if there is a need for the privileged accounts like administrator or domain admins. You only depending on the use case, they will do a vertical privilege escalation. Most often, they will do or depend on horizontal privilege escalations. I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about always install elevated privilege escalation. So before that, first understand MSI. So this MSI is a package like a database that contains all information to install a software product. So when you are installing an application or something like that, you will be presented with a window like similar to this, a screen that says that guides you the steps to install a file, right? So this is what MSA means. Like it is used to it contains all information to install a product. And Microsoft provides a way or grants a standard user to install this MSI packages at elevated level. So meaning if a standard user can install this MSI package at elevated level, meaning this elevated level meaning it is equal to administrator. So this way, this attacker install some malicious MSI packages and exploit the system. So let's go to your DC01 machine. First, we need to check for if the always install elevated option is enabled or not. You need to check this in two things. So first is this one, HK current user, and if you press enter, and you can see always install elevated, and this value 0x1. 0x1 means it is allowed, it is equal to 1, and also this one. You can see it says always install elevated and the value is 0x1. 0x1 means 1. If there is a, when you are doing this and when you are checking this option and you got a different value other than this 0x1, then it is not the elevated option is not available. So you cannot install MSI packages with an elevated level. You should have this 0x1 value for both these commands. So now go to your Kali machine. First, I will start a listener. I have we have to create a reverse shell. So the command is msfnm and the Windows and it is stageless, and my localhost IP address and my reversal listener 443, and I'm gonna save it in .msi. So this -f msi is extension. So this is a rev. I'm gonna save it in rev.msi. The IP is wrong, 44.154. And now I have this file rev.msi. Now I will transfer this file to my Windows machine. So I'm gonna use wget. And you can see I have used wget command rev.msi, and I am saving it as rev.msi. You can see here I have it right now. Next, I will run this rev.msi file. So the command to run MSI file is, we need to use a tool called MSI exec to run this rev.msi file. So the command is MSI exec and quiet mode to to not to show any verbose messages, and this I is for standard user installation, and this QN is used to tell no graphical user interface. So I will hit enter, and I will go to my calling machine. You can see I received a reverse shell. So now I will type who am I. You can see I have a shell as NT authority system. So in DC01, I got a shell as administrator, and in reverse shell, I got a shell as NT authority system. So this is how you elevate your privileges using always install elevated option. First, what you have to do is check for the always install elevated option is enabled. The 0x1 means enabled. You need to check in two registries. So one is, the first registry is a HK current user, and the second user is a HKLM. So this is current user setting, and this is a local machine setting. This LM means local machine. So you have to check in these two options, current user and HKLM local machines, and you have to check in both the settings. You should have this 0x1. 0x1 means enabled, and after that I used MSF Venom to generate MSI payload, and have set up listener. And if I want to run MSI file, I have to use this MSI exec, and this quiet mode is used to not to show any verbose messages, installation messages, and this QN is to tell this MSI exec it's not a GUI based running, so meaning no GUI, graphical user interface, and this I is used to tell install this MSI, run this MSI file as a standard user. And if I run this one, I will get a shell here, and the shell is a anti-authority system. And this method, I have escalated my privileges from administrator to anti-authority system. Similarly, this is administrator one. Similarly, you can also do this from a standard user to an elevated user, like standard user to anti-authority system. You can directly do this anti-authority system. You can directly go from, you can directly go from standard user to anti-authority system directly. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about unquoted service path privilege escalation. So let's understand what is unquoted service path. Say for example, you have a folder called program files, and if it is in quoted, it means quoted, and if it does not have any quotes wrapped around it, then it is known as unquoted. You can see here there is no quotes, right? Here I have a quotes. So if there are no quotes, what happens is Microsoft or the Windows operating system splits the directory name into two parts. One is programs and one is files. Then it searches the exe files individually. Like, it gets splits into two, and the first one will be searched like program.exe. And if we have a write permission to this program files folder, we can create a program.exe and place it there, and do malicious stuff. So let's see an example. So we have as a service, say for example Spotify, and this Spotify service as a binary path, this one. Say if we have there are multiple steps to reach this music.exe file. It has to go through these steps 3, 4 and 5. It has to go through all these steps to reach this music.exe. And let's see for example, and the first one, it will look in program files, and you can see there is a space. And if we have a space here, you can see there is a space, right? Program files. And if we have write access to this program files, and I will create a program.exe, the name should be exactly this one, and I will place it in C directory if I have write access. And if you don't have write access, then I will move to the second step, and I am here C program files, and the next one you can see there is an unquoted one, and I will pick the first one. And if I have write access to this program files, and I will put my Spotify.exe file here. And if I don't have a write permission, then I will move on to this one. And again, I can see playlist space files. And if I have, write permissions to this, then I will create a malicious exe file in the name playlist. And again, I will move to the next one. And if I have a write permissions to this, then I will create a malicious file in the name executables.exe, and so on. So in real world, it is not necessary that we have a permissions to program files, right? A normal user usually will not be given write access to the program files folder. We will not be given write access to the program files folder, right? So first we need to identify unquoted service path. Then we need to identify the permissions to this folder. And if we have a permission to this folder, then we will create a malicious file and put it there. So the steps are like, first identify unquoted services, and after that we will check permissions, and if we have a permission like write or modify or full access, then we will create a malicious file. The name should be exactly the same as the folder name, because it is through this way the Windows interprets it. So I will show you in the example. I will go to my MS-01 machine and I will click, so I have created a vulnerable application. So this program files, Spotify music, playlist files, and within that executable files, I have a music. So if I right click this one and select properties and go to security, and you can see I have a lot of permissions: full control, modify, read and execute, list, folder contents, and read. So this is what I'm talking about. We need to have either a full control or a modify or write permission, so that we can able to change or add our malicious file there. So let's see in our example. So right now I am having administrator shell. So I will log in as a normal user. First I will show my user groups, and you can see I am a user Chris, and I am just a normal user. I'm not an administrator. So we will escalate our privileges from this normal user to a high privileged user account. First, we need to identify a service that has that has unquoted one. So for that, we need to use this command. And I will hit enter. I can see, there are two unquoted one. So these are the one I have created. And you can see okay, I will pick this one and I will, use SC to query more information about this service. Spotify service. You can see it says the binary path, the location is this music.exe and the display name, and it runs in the context of local system, which means it is a NT authority system, and the start type is auto start. So let's understand what auto start is. There are three types of starts in Windows. One is auto start, delay start, and demand start. Auto start means it will be started automatically when the system is started or restarted, rebooted. Delay start means the service is started after other auto services are started plus a short delay. So it will start after this auto start services are started. So demand start means if this value is set, it requires that the service be started manually. Meaning if it has demand start, the user can able to start the service manually. And I can see the service is a auto start. So we need to reboot it. And the first one, right? It has three steps. The first one is we need to identify unquoted service. The first one is done. And we will do the second one. We will check for permissions. Either it has write, modify, W stands for write, M stands for modify, and it has full access. We can have any one of them. And I will copy this one. So to check for permissions, I will use this inbuilt tool called ICACLS. First, I will go through each folder individually. First, I will check for C. And you can see I will go to program files. First, I will check permissions here, program files. You can see here built-in users has only read permissions. So I am a built-in user, so I do not have write, modify, or full access. So next I will move to the next one. And again, I will search for permissions, and you can see it has only read and only read. We have the built-in users only has read. Then I will move to the next one and I will search for the permissions. And you can see here this playlist files in this for this folder. The built-in users has write access. Built-in users have write access, and also built-in users have modify. And let's also check the next one, the preceding one, I mean executable files. Okay. It also says the built-in users as modify, and that's it. So what um, uh, what we can do is we can see the playlist files. In the playlist files folder, the built-in users have write access. So what I can do is I will create a malicious file. The name should be executables.exe, and I will place it in the playlist files folder. So it should be like this, right? So the name should be exactly the same. So I have write access in playlist files, and the next folder is executable file. So I'm gonna take this name here and I will put it in playlist files folder. The name should be executables.exe. Let's do this now. First I will generate a malicious file. So the name should be anything. And I have also set up a reverse shell here. You can see a listener. Now I will transfer this shell.exe to my Windows machine. So I'm going to use PowerShell IWR-URI and my poly IP. .154 shell.exe, and I'm gonna save the file as execute executable. I mean, I have to name it correctly. So I will double check the name. So executables, right? The executables.exe. Check the log here. We saved it as shell.exe. It says invalid URI. Okay, I think it is forward slash. I now have executables.exe. Let's move this executables.exe to the one we have, the permissions. Okay, let's go to this folder now and verify it. You can see I have executables.exe here, and you can see the name is same. I have write permissions to this folder, and I have added a malicious exe file in the name of this one here. And it is a auto start, so we need to do this. We need to reboot this. Only then we can get a reversion. So I have prepared everything here. All sections and all the commands. So you don't need to, you just copy paste and do everything. You don't need to type everything. And we have identified permissions. The second step is done. We have identified the permissions. And the third step, we created a malicious file in the name of folder name, and 3 steps. And we have, completed these 3 steps. Let's reboot the system now. The command is shutdown or T0. Okay, I will pause this video now. It will take some time, I think. You can see, actually I got a login screen. So now I go to my calling machine, and you can see here I got a reverse shell. So let's type my. You can see I got a shell as NT authority system. So this is how you do, unquoted service path privilege escalation. You have to check for unquoted, then you have to check for permissions. The third step is you have to check for the start mode. Is it an auto start or a delayed start, or it is a demand start? So auto start means we have to reboot it. And after the reboot, you can see I have escalated my privileges from the normal user to a system user. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will do weak service permissions. So weak service permission means, let's say for example, if a service has weak permissions, then it lets the user, escalate privileges. The attacker can able to take advantage of the weak permissions and escalate the privileges. So let's see this in an example. So for that, you need 2 tools. So go to this remote control ghost pack compile binaries and download this one, sharpup.exe. And also we need this get service ACL PS1. So you need to download these 2 files. And I will run sharpup.exe space. And if I hit enter, I mean, I need to turn off Defender. And you can see when I run sharpup.exe, the format or audit is used to check, vulnerability is present or not. And we can, select any of these here. We can do unquoted service path. We can do modifiable services, which is a weak service permission. And this is modifiable service binary means the service that has the binary used by the service as weak permissions. We will see that in the later video. So right now we are interested in modifiable services. So it looks for any service that has weak permissions. So space audit and type modifiable services. I mean, the spelling is wrong, sorry. Modifiable services. And you can see it says the service Spotify service condition is stop and start mode is auto, but it says, this has weak permissions. It shows this service as weak permissions. Let's use this one here, get service ACL, to list the permissions. So I will bypass partial execution policy. And I have to type this option here, get service ACL -name and the name of the service. And the name of the service is, sharpup shows Spotify service. So I have entered the same here and then selected the property access. You can see this Spotify service. The main thing we should look for is, the current user permissions. And I am a user Chris, and I will search for the user Chris. It is system. It is for administrators, and not this. And you can see here MS01 Chris, which means Chris can change configuration, can start the service, can stop the service, and also do pause and continue. Okay. So I'm going to take advantage of change config 1. I will again use SC to query for the Spotify service. You can see here it is auto start, and the binary path name is C program files Spotify music executable files music.exe. And you can see MS01 Chris and this user Chris as change config. And this runs under the context of NT authority system. means it is a weak permission, right? So there is no way uh, the services that runs under the context of empty authority system allows a normal user or a low privileged user to give permissions like change config, start or stop, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take advantage of this change config, and I'm gonna, instead of this file, I'm gonna, add my malicious file here. For that, I'm going to download. First, I will generate a shell. I have already, generated a malicious shell, and you can see I have used a 444, and I have used started the listener as 444, and I will transfer this shell.exe to my MS01 machine. Command is iwr-uri http FAT4.154 shell.exe out file shell.exe. You can see here, and I have copy pasted this one. So what I'm gonna do is this, I have changed config, right? So I'm gonna use sc.exe, and I'm gonna config my service, the Spotify service, and I'm gonna change the binary path from this to my malicious one. So this is shell.exe is my malicious exe. So I'm gonna hit enter. Then again I will query. And you can see previously it was this, and now it has changed to this one, and it says auto start, and I don't have a reverse shell yet. So let's restart the machine. I will pause the video to take some time, and you can see here after restarting my machine, and I got a shell, and I will type who am I. You can see anti-authority system. So this is how you escalate privileges if it has weak service permission set. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about weak service binary permissions. So instead of having weak permissions in the service, here it will have weak permissions in the binary that has run by the service. Say for example, I will again use sharp up, and I will turn off defender. think I have to download the sharp.exe. I have now downloaded sharp.exe. So I think it got deleted by um, Defender. And I'm gonna use this modifiable service binaries. And I can see here this service Spotify service, and this one is a modifiable one. So what I'm gonna do is I have already created this shell.exe, and it uses port 444, and I have started a listener. And I will copy this one, and I will use ICACLS. And you can see this exe file, the built-in users can modify it. So that's why, when running sharp up, it showed this Spotify service as modifiable service binary, meaning it has weak permissions. So this is my malicious reverse shell. I'm going to copy this one, copy this shell.exe to I will replace this binary music.exe as my shell.exe and hit enter. Okay. I'm going to delete it myself manually. And now I'm going to move it. And you can see here, I have now moved it. And as usual, this binary, this service has auto start. So meaning we need to restart it. And I have my reverse it get listener running. So I'm gonna restart it now. So I will pause the video. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about PowerShell history. So sometimes if we going for a bigger steps like escalating privileges using weak services, or looking for always install elevated, something like that. Before doing bigger steps like that, it's first you can look for any password password something like that in PowerShell history. So whatever whenever you got initial access, it is always you should first look for PowerShell history file. So in that history file, there is a chance there will be passwords or important credentials, something like that. So to search for history files, first you have to use this option, get ps readline option, that history save path. and it saves all the history in this file, and this is a text file. You can also use Notepad to verify, but I'm going to use type command here, and you can see it has all the histories. So when you are doing hack the box or try hack me, there is a chance the history file has some credentials stored in it. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about SE impersonate privilege escalation. So first, we need to type OMI privilege and see if this privilege is enabled or not. And you can see here SE impersonate privilege is enabled. If it is enabled, then we can abuse it. Go to your browser and go to this repository bychain_potato. So all credit goes to this author. I'm going to use this exploit now. So on the right side, you can see releases. Click on that one. And I have, I'm going to use this one, potato net4.exe. I have downloaded already. You can see here, potato net4.exe. I'm right now an administrator, and it will escalate privileges from administrator to anti-authority system. So it doesn't matter if the user is an administrator or if the user is a normal user. All matters is when you type OMA OMA/forward OMA space /priv, you should have this SE impersonate privilege enabled. And if it is enabled, then even if you are a low privileged user, a normal user, you can escalate privileges to anti-authority system. Okay, let's see this now. So the command is potato net4.exe, and the command we want to run. But I'm gonna run OMI, and you can see the OMI prints anti-authority system. Similarly, if you have reverse shell, you can execute something like this. You have to type the folder where you have stored the reverse shell, and after that you have to hit enter. So if you hit enter, it will generate a reverse shell to your Kali machine. I will leave this as an exercise, so please see if you can able to generate a reverse shell from your machine to Kali machine. It should have, when you type OMI, it should have the anti-authority system. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will automate our enumeration using WinPiece. So you can go to this repository Carlos Polop piece ng, and I'm not the author of this. So you right click on the right side, you have this releases. You click this one and select WinPiece x64. I have downloaded it already, so I have run this one. And you can see it is an automated tool for enumerating, or discovering attack vectors. So it shows details like system information like Windows 10, my domain name, my host name, and it also shows the updates, recent updates. And it also checks for some passwords in the environment variables. If it is present, then it will be shown here. And cached credentials, if it is present, and antivirus information, and it also shows always install elevated one. So it says always install elevated isn't available. App blocker, and PowerShell event script block logs is also one particular, an important one to look for passwords here. Most of them are mm, unnecessary one. Shows user information like administrator, Brian Griffin, and the groups and the logged users. And it shows if it is has any RDP session. It also, if there is any auto login credentials form, then it will be uh, showed here. I will just scroll down and I will look for only for the important ones. And I can see it also shows us this one. The Spotify music application is a no codes and space detector, which means we can use this and do unquoted service path privilege escalation. It also shows modifiable services. I'll just scroll down and look for any important information. And the network interfaces information. And it also shows the open ports and also the process name that is using it. And it also shows firewall rules. Firewall is disabled. So firewall enabled as value false, which means it is disabled. And my DNS name. If it sees Windows, any credentials are here. And I got my own user NTLMV2 hash. It also shows any possible password files. So not all times, you get important information, but sometimes, you need to enumerate and find out the possible ones. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to set up our lab for pivoting. So assume we have three computers here. One is Kali and MS01 and a DC01. So this MS01 has two IP addresses. So one is for public and one is for private. So public means it is publicly accessible, meaning Kali can ping this machine with this public IP, but the Kali cannot ping its private IP. And for DC01 machine, it's gonna be a private. So we are gonna use MS01 to pivot from Kali to DC01. So DC01 as private IP. So Kali cannot ping directly DC01. So it has to use MS01, and from MS01 it can access DC01. So this is our lab setup, and also in the upcoming lectures we are gonna use MS01 to pivot to DC01. So first we will set up the lab. Go to your VMware. So click edit and select virtual network editor. So I'm gonna select add network. I'm gonna give name VMnet10. You can give anything you want. You can select anything you want from the list here. But for now, I'm gonna give VMnet10 and click OK. You have to uncheck this box. Connect to a host virtual adapter to this network. Just uncheck this and give 10.10.10 and click apply. And click apply. And select OK. So select this edit virtual machine settings. So go to the network adapter and select the option custom and select VMnet10 and click OK. So go to your MS01 machine and select edit virtual machine settings. Go to network adapter and click add here. Select network adapter, select finish. Select the option for network adapter 2. You have to select custom and select VMnet10 and click OK. Now turn on these two machines. It will take some time based on your RAM and SSD or HDD. So we'll go to the command prompt. Type ipconfig You can see here, this machine has two IP addresses. One is 192.168 and one is 10.10.129. So this 198 is a public one and this 10.10.129 is a private one. So now go to the Kali machine. Open your terminal. I'm gonna ping this machine. I can able to ping the public IP. Let's just ping its private IP 10.10.129. You can see here, I cannot reach that machine. So there are no bytes in here. So go to the DC01 machine. Open command prompt. Type ipconfig 10.10.10.128. You can see here, I cannot ping its IP. So meaning this MS01, I can ping its public IP, but I cannot ping its private IP. But in DC01, the same applies. I cannot ping its private IP. So this is what we have done right now. Now everything is fine. And in the upcoming lectures, we will see how we can access DC01 from Kali IP. And thanks everyone. I hope you understood this video, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Thanks. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about local port forwarding. So local port forwarding means I want to access other machine ports that I don't have access to. Say, for example, this is my Kali machine, and this is my MS01 machine, and this is my DC01 machine. So this MS01 has both public and private IP. And this DC01 machine has only private IP. Kali can communicate MS01 with its public IP, and MS01 can communicate DC01 with its private IP. But Kali cannot ping DC01 private IP. It cannot ping. So the situation is, I want to access, so coming to the definition here, I want to access other machine ports. I want to access from my Kali to DC01 ports that I don't have access to. Meaning I cannot access DC01 ports, but I want to access it. So that's what local port forwarding means. So you can see here. So the 10.10.128 is my DC01 IP. And if I ping the same IP, I can able to ping from my MS01. But if I enter the same IP, I cannot ping here, right? So this is what local port forwarding means. I'm going to access DC01 ports which I don't have access to. So what is the use of local port forwarding? Say you are working in an organization and you have identified that some machines have internal IP, meaning some machines are private. And before compromising other systems, you have to scan their ports, right? So I have to scan DC01 ports. And from that scanning, I will identify ports and I will enumerate based on the ports. There are many examples, but for understanding, you have to know this. So the main use is I need to scan those ports, and if there are any open ports for web pages or for MS SQL, I'm gonna enumerate those ports. So this is what the main use is. So go to your VMware. For now, you can see I cannot ping both DC01 IP and also MS01 private IP. Okay. So open up your Google Chrome. Type Ligolo ng GitHub. This is an awesome tool. So it is very easy when if you have done port forwarding techniques before. This Ligolo ng tool is an awesome tool, and it is very easy when compared to the other tools like Chisel and SSH. So I'm going to use this tool here. First, in the right side, you can see releases, right? So click on that. And download. So mine is Linux AMD 64. So I'm going to download this one. And I also need I'm sorry, actually, you have to download Ligolo ng proxy Linux AMD 64. I have mistakenly downloaded agent Linux AMD 64. Sorry for that. You have to download this one, this file here. Ligolo ng proxy 0.44 Linux AMD 64. The proxy is the main word here. So go to your terminal and go to the folder where you have downloaded. You have to do is this is in GZ format, zipped one. You have to unzip this one. So type genzip ligolo proxy 0.44 Linux AMD 64 and ls. Next, I have to type tar -x vf ligolo -x vf ligolo proxy AMD 64.tar. And you can see here that I have a proxy here. And next, give executable permissions chmod +x proxy. Now I have this proxy file. I will delete this file now. Next, we will download agent file. This agent file should be a Windows one. So 0.44 Windows AMD 64.zip. Next, type unzip Rigolo agent enter. Select yes. And I have this file agent.exe file now. I'm gonna delete this file. So these two files are the required ones, proxy and agent.exe. So what you have to do is you need to transfer this agent.exe file to the MS01 machine. Start python 3 -m http.server. Go to your MS01 machine. Since you can see MS01 has two IP, one is public and one is private. So since Kali can access this public IP, MS01 has the ability to download files from Kali because of the public IP. So I'm gonna download the file. Subtutive -f-url cache -split http and the port 8000. I think Windows Defender is not allowing us to download this file. So go to your Defender, go to settings, virus and threat protection, select this option manage settings and turn off real-time protection and close this one. Now if you now I will download it. You can see after I am turning off this Defender, I am able to download it. Select dir. You can see that's agent.exe file That's now downloaded. So now go back to your Kali machine. So copy this command here. I'm gonna give the username. So you have to replace this with the username. And I have to again use this command now. Next, what you have to do is go back to the folder where you have downloaded the proxy one. So I can see I have this proxy file. Select proxy and space selfcert and press enter. I can see I have started this Legola engine now. So next what you have to do is I'm going to copy this command and go to my MS01 machine, and I'm going to paste this here. It is agent.exe. I need to give the Kali IP. And I also give ignore-cert and press enter. You can see certification validation disabled, and also I get connection established. Think it will take some time. Normally it should not. You can see I get a message agent joined uap./ the user Steve Griffin at MS01 machine. You can see I get the message. It means that MS01 has connected to my Kali machine. Then you have to type session and press enter. You can see now the session is changed to this one, Steve Griffin at MS01, and click start. If you enter start, the tunnel is started. And one more thing you have to do is go to your command prompt, type ipconfig, note down this private IP 10.10.10.120. Now go to your Kali machine. I'm going to copy this one. Tender 0.24. So I'm gonna add this route here and select and press enter. Basically what it means is I am gonna route to this IP. I'm gonna add this route to my list so that I can able to ping the IP that starts with 10.10.10. So now it successfully added this one, and we have everything set. Now it's time for testing. Let's just ping this IP. You can see now I can able to ping this IP. So what about DC01? Turned out the same, but ends with 128. I can see now I am able to ping that machine right now. So let's run nmap. So I can able to scan these ports, and from this port I can now run SMB. I will just enumerate SMB port now and -H. It is showing some error, but let's just use SMB client. You can see now I am able to list the shares. So previously I was not able to ping this machine, this DC01 machine, but after pivoting I'm able to run nmap scan, and also I'm able to enumerate the SMB ports. You can see I have the learning share, everything. So this is what local port forwarding means. Now I used the MS01 machine, and with the help of MS01 machine, my Kali machine able to access everything on DC01 machine. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will look at remote port forwarding. So remote port forwarding means I want other computers to access my port that they don't have access to. So coming back to the same example, so MS01 has both public and private, and DC01 has only private. So Kali can able to ping MS01, and also MS01 can also ping Kali with the help of public IP, and also they can able to share files between Kali and MS01. But if I want DC01 to access my Kali, then it's not possible, right? Because it is private. DC01 cannot access my port. So access my Kali machine port. So remote port forwarding is an exact opposite of local port forwarding. So coming back to the definition, I want other computers to access my ports. I want DC01 to access my Kali machine port that they don't have access to, meaning they don't have access to my Kali ports, but I want them to access my machine ports. So if I make DC01 to access my Kali ports, then it is known as remote port forwarding. It's an exact opposite of local port forwarding. So what is the use of remote port forwarding? Say for example, if you have got initial foothold on DC01 machine, but you need to dump some ashes. For example, you need to dump ashes using Mimikatz. So I got initial foothold on DC01, but after that I'm gonna use Mimikatz to dump ashes. So if I want to use Mimikatz, is not available in Windows machine by default. So I want this. I want to transfer this Mimikatz from my Kali to TC01. So how can we do that? First, I will start some Python server, and I want TC01 to access my Python server port. Say for example, my Python server is running on 8000, and I want DC01 to access my Python server port so that I can able to transfer the file from Kali to DC01. If DC01 can able to access my Kali port, then it can able to download that file, right? So this is one example of remote port forwarding. There are a lot of examples, but just understand why it is needed for now. So go back to your VMware and Kali machine. So go to Ligolo NG. I'm gonna add. So I'm again going to use this Ligolo NG. All the credits goes to this author, Nico Cha 30. I am Nicholas Chatline. So I am not the author of this tool. All the credit goes to him. So again, we are going to use this tool to do remote port forwarding. First, I have to set up a listener. So you can see I have run my Python service running on port 8000. So I'm going to change here to 8000. So listener had 0.0.0/1234 to 127.8000, meaning I am using, if I use 1234 port, and that port will be connected to 8000 port, meaning I will access this 8000 port on behalf of 1234 port. This meaning this 1234 is redirected to 8000 port. I will don't worry about it. I will show you in the example. Just confirm that you have added the listener. Type listener underscore list. You can see 1234 and 8000. You can see the same here. So I'm going to transfer Mimikatz from my machine to DC01. I think Mimikatz Python server runs in documents folder. So go to your DC01 machine. You can see now I don't have Mimikatz right now. So I'm going to download a Mimikatz. I'm going to access a Kali machine port from DC01 machine. So I'm going to do the same here. Cert util -f -url cache -split http go to your MS01 machine and copy its private IP 10.10.129. Go to the DC01 machine. You type 129 slash colon 1234 slash mimikatz.exe and if you hit enter and type dir, you can see now Mimikatz has been downloaded. Previously it was not there, right? So let's come back to this command right now. So I have used this 10.10.129 is my MS01 private IP and I used 1234, right? My MS01 IP and 1234, and from there I have downloaded this Mimikatz file. So now if you go back to your Kali machine and go to the Ligolo ng where you have run, I have forwarded this 12384 port to my 8000 port on my Kali machine. This 0.0.0 means all IP addresses. So this 1234 is this 1234 on MS01 machine gets redirected to my 127.0.01 0.0.1 my Kali IP and this 8000 port on my Kali machine. So the thing is DC01 can ping MS01 and so because of that it is able to download file from Kali. So let's just if you didn't understand, let's just go back to our example. I can say right this Kali can access MS01 with its public IP and this MS01 can access DC01 with its private IP. What I have done is I have used MS01 IP and the port 1234 and this 1234 gets redirected to my 8000 Kali IP. It's because this MS01 can access DC01 with private IP, right? So that's the thing here. So basically I have forwarded this MS01 port 1234 to my Kali IP and This is what remote port forwarding works. So the steps are very simple. I mean, you set up a Ligolo and add this listener, and that's it. You need to do this only one single step. But the reason behind I'm teaching you is because you have to understand what is going on under the hood, so that in interviews you will be able to ace it. I hope you understood this video. If you didn't understand, just watch this video again. Um, the point is, again, DC02 accessed my Kali machine with the help of MS01. This is what in local port forwarding also the scenario is same. I accessed Kali machine accessed DC01 with the help of MS01, and also in reverse TC01 accessed my Kali machine with the help of MS01. That's the reason you can see 10.10.129 is my MS01 IP, and this 123.4 Ligolo agent redirects this 1234 from MS01 machine to my Kali machine. So this is agent listener address, which means this agent is being run on MS01, right? So that's the reason this MS01 1234 ports gets redirected to my local host 8000 IP. I hope you understood this video. Even if you didn't understand, just practice it. When you practice, you will be able to understand what is going on. This is a lab setup, so you don't need any external environment to test this scenario. And I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. I will see you in the next lecture. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about pass the hash attack. So in short, it is known as PTH, pass the hash. First, we will understand why we need pass the hash attack. Say for example, if you have got initial foothold in one system, then the next step would be to privilege escalations. You need to escalate privileges. If you are having a non-administrative, if you are a non-administrative user, then you need to escalate privileges. Then you need to hunt for clear text passwords or hashes. So this is usually what we do um, in every hack the box or try admin, etc. This is what we do. We get initial foothold. If we are a non-administrative user, then we escalate the privileges, and after that we will hunt for password or hashes. So there is a situation we are not able to get passwords. We are not able to get passwords, but we are able to get hashes. So in this situation, if we have only hashes, then we can do two things. One, crack those hashes and use it for login. The second one is you don't need to crack hashes. But we can use the hash to log in. So take for example, crack the first one. We can crack those hashes, but the difficulty is based on time and password complexity. If the password is very difficult, then it will take lot of time, and those time will not be a guarantee that you can crack the hashes. So it is not a guarantee to crack the hashes. The second one is we don't need to crack the hashes. Instead, we can use the hash to log in. So this second thing is known as pass the hash attack, meaning we are not going to crack hashes. Instead, we are going to use the hashes and log in. This is what known as pass the hash attack means. We are just passing the hash for logging in. So let's just look at one example here. So go to your Kali machine. First, I'm going to run this command, crackmap exec smb dcip username and password. I'm going to dump ntds password. So don't worry about ntds DRS UPI. In the later videos, I will explain what is the use of ntds. And so don't worry about now, but just run for this one. Run this command. So I have ashes now. Administrator, Peter Griffin, Steve Griffin, and I have this uses ashes. So we can use the ashes to log in. So first we will use the ashes to list the shares in the computer. So for that you have to type in packet smb client hyphen ashes colon and use this one. I'm going to use this second one here. And this hash is for user administrator. So administrator and the IP address. You can see now I am able to log in. So enter shares. So I can see now learning, netlogon, sysvol. Learning is what we used while setting up our lab. So use learning, type ls. We can see here the password.txt file we have created during our lab setup. So type exit, and this is how you can use the hash to enumerate the shares in the computer. Next, we will use this hash to log in via SMB. So type in packet ps exec. So I'm going to use the same command before, but instead of SMB client, I'm going to use ps exec. See, without entering the password with just the help of hash, I can able to log in. Type OMI. I have a shell now. So this impacket ps exec uses SMB port. So which is 139 and 445, I think. And also you can use the hash to log into WinRM port. I think the port is 5985 and 5986. So these stuff are covered in the host ports enumeration section. So evil WinRM -I and my domain controller IP. And capital -H and capital -H is used to supply this hashes, and -U stands for user. I'm gonna use administrator, and this -I is used to supply my IP address, domain controller. I can see now I have a shell. Similarly, you can use this hash to get a RDP session. So the command is xfree rdp -v -v and -u administrator, and -pth stands for pass the hash, and I'm gonna use my hash. And press enter. You can see now I'm able to RDP to my domain controller. It is some showing some restrictions here. Account restrictions are preventing this user from signing in. For example, blank passwords aren't allowed. Signing times are limited. A policy restriction has been enforced, which means I'm not able to use this hash to log in via RDP. So this is normal here because um, uh, Microsoft Windows, like in default, especially for RDP session, remote desktop protocol session, usually does not allow password to log in, does not allow the hash to log in. But in some scenarios, CTF computations, you can use the hash to log in. So the command is same, xfree dfree, everything here. So this is how we use the hash to log in for different services. So when you use the password, when you use the hashes instead of the password to log in, then it is known as pass the hash attack. You are passing the hash to log in to services. So that's what it means. So I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we are gonna dump credentials from SAM. So first understand what is SAM. SAM stands for Security Account Manager. So it is a database that stores informations like your operating system, OS information, users, and their passwords. And everything will be stored in the local computer. So the local computer is the main important thing to understand here. Everything will be stored in our local computer. If it's DC01, it's DC01. If it is MS01, the database will be stored in MS01. And if it's MS02, and the database will be stored in MS02 itself. So local computer is a keyword here. So let's look at an example and to understand. So go to your DC01 machine. And this credential dumping technique needs that you have access to a administrative privileged command prompt. So open your command prompt and run as administrator, and you have to type reg save hklm/sam and the output file. So this is how you dump SAM, and also you need one more file called system. And if I go back to C, I now have SAM and system. So we have database, and then we can use Mimikatz to dump the database. First, I will transfer Mimikatz from my Kali machine to this machine. I'm going to use this file simple HTTP server with upload, and this file is available here. I've showed this in the previous lectures, but I'm just showing you again. So this GitHub repository, I have downloaded this file. I hope you remember this because I have showed you earlier. And run the server. So I'm going to download it using PowerShell. IWR-URI HTTP and the file name, and I'm going to save it as mm.exe. It says 404 file not found. Okay. Mimikatz.exe. So now it's downloaded. We can start Mimikatz now. Now you have to type a LSA dump ::, and the SAM where you have downloaded. So it is in my C folder, and also you have to specify the path for system. So I will run Mimikatz now. There are a few steps I missed. So you have to do is type privilege hyphen debug and token elevate, and after that lsa dump hyphen sam and path to the sam file and path to the system file. You can see now I have dumped. You can see I have administrator and is ash. So privilege debug means we are bypassing some security policies. So, and token elevate means now I'm running, as you can see, I ran this command prompt as administrator. So now I'm gonna elevate this command prompt to the NT authority system. It is like impersonating to this user. And after that, LSA dump SAM and also the path to the SAM file and also the path to the system folder. And through that, I got the ash administrator and this NTLM ash. So this is through Mimikatz. Suppose if I want to debug, if I want to dump ashes from Kali machine, we can use a tool called Impacket Secrets Dump. Okay, I will also show you that in this example. So for that, first I need to transfer this SAM and system file to my Kali machine. So go to the folder where you have SAM and system saved. I need to give my Kali IP here, 192.168. .54. I'm gonna run the server as super user. I'm gonna use port 81. And the path. So click enter now. And also you should do the same for system. It says SAM and system are both downloaded. You can see true, true. I now have SAM and system. Now we will use Impacket. Secret stumps. -SAM, the command is wrong. -system and local. Yep. So -SAM and the path to your SAM file, and -system, the path to the system file, and the local. I can see I have administrator hash, guest hash, and default account. So now we have seen two methods. One is dumping the ashes through Mimikatz, and also we used in-package secret system to dump the SAM and system file from Kali machine. So this is how you dump a SAM file, and I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about LSA. LSA stands for Local Security Authority. So it is responsible for authenticating on login the user. So it is responsible for authenticating and log on the user to the local computer. So it logs everything, the authentication and the users log on everything. So for example, when you are logging in, when you type username and password, this LSA is responsible for that authentication. So basically it is the one that is doing everything under the hood. So the authentication is done by comparing the password to the SAM file, or I can say SAM database. The previous video we saw SAM dumping, right? But here the LSA authenticates you based on checking your password that you have entered with the SAM database. So apart from this, it also stores some information like Internet Explorer passwords, and also like SQL passwords, etc. So go back to your DC01 machine, and again I'm going to use Mimikatz here. So I will type privilege debug, and after that I am gonna impersonate as system user. You can see it is now NT authority system, and after that you can type LSA dump secrets. So here the secrets are like, the Internet Explorer password, SQL password, etc. Here I'm not able to find any user accounts, right? So I can see machine account, I can see DP API system, NLKM, everything, but I'm not able to view any secrets because the secrets are not there. It doesn't mean Mimikatz is unable to find those passwords. It's because the Internet Explorer passwords and the other SQL passwords are not here. But we can also do, we can also dump logon passwords. So similarly, LSA dump -- logon passwords. It is SECUR LSA, secure LSA logon passwords. You can see I got every password of the user that has been logged into this DC01 machine. So I have administrator and is NTLM ash. and so on. So I didn't log in from other users like Peter Griffin, Stevie Griffin. I am currently logged in as administrator. If there is any other user logged in into this machine, DC01 machine as any Peter Griffin or Stevie Griffin, then this Mimikatz will dump those ashes from LSA. So this is one method. This is through Mimikatz. We can also do the same from calling machine. So we can use crackmap exec tool. So crackmap exec, and I'm going to use SMB, and this is my DCIP username and password, and -a LSASSY. You can see I can able to dump the administrator password. Similarly, if I want to do a secrets, I can do -LSA. You can see here it is dumping LSA secrets. So nothing much interesting here, but you want to keep in mind through LSA we can dump two things. One is the IE or SQL password or some services. If there is any services available, we can dump those credentials. This is one. And the second one is because LSA is responsible for authenticating and logging in the user, it also stores the password about the logged in users. So through LSA, we can able to capture secrets and also the passwords of the logged in users. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about NTDS credential dumping. So let's understand what NTDS stands for. So NTDS stands for New Technology Directory Service, and .dat, the DAT is an extension, stands for Directory Information Tree. So NTDS.dit is also a database. It is stored in domain controller. And this database stores information like information about objects in your Active Directory, information about objects, information about applications, and also information about attributes. So this is attributes is about object. I mean information about object attributes. So object is nothing but users, groups, computers, etc. Right? So the attributes is nothing but if a user is an object and his attributes are first name, last name, his email address, so etc. So attributes is something that the information about that contains the information about objects. So, and these three, we the information about objects, information about applications, information about attributes, and also it stores information. It also has information about credentials. So these credentials we can able to dump it. So we don't care about objects, applications, attributes, etc. Our hackers only care about these credentials. So coming back to our old lectures, let's just recap what we have seen in earlier videos. So first we talked about SAM, next we talked about LSA, and now we are talking about entds.dit. So SAM is a database that is in stored in localhost. This database is stored locally on every computer. So next one is LSA. So LSA is responsible for authenticating the user and also stores information about credentials. It is not a database, but it is able to log users' credentials when authenticating. And this entds.dit is a database, but it is stored in domain controller, only in domain controller. So I hope you have now you have understood these three. So when you are questioned about this in interview, you should tell these differences if they asked you. So let's go back to our example now. Let's just dump entds.dit credentials that are stored in entds.dit. So go to your Kali machine, type crackmap exec, and I'm gonna use SMB here. My DC01 IP, username Peter Griffin, and his password, and NTDS. I'm gonna dump NTDS in DRS UPI. So the main reason I'm using Peter Griffin for all the video lectures is because Peter Griffin is a domain admin. So that's the reason. Domain admin has more power over other users. So this is the command. Now press enter. And one thing is, when running crackmap exec, if you get this pond exclamatory, it means you own this system. So if you are in try-act-me or act the box, if you get this symbol, if you get this this one, it means you own the system. You have completely own the system. So I can see it dumps administrator ash, guest ash, Peter Griffin ash, Steve Griffin ash, Chris Griffin, Herbert, and SQL SVC. In the down, you can see dumped 11 NTDS ashes. So this is how you dump NTDS ashes from domain controller. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about DC sync attack. So DC means domain controller, and sync is synchronization. So this one, and this sync is synchronization. So first let's understand how DC sync attack works. So example here, sometimes in your organization you need two domain controllers to manage objects in your Active Directory. So in our lab, we used only one domain controller to manage every objects in the Active Directory. Suppose if your organization is very big and uses two domain controller, it's not always true, but sometimes let's just assume more than one. If the organization uses more than one domain controller, then Microsoft uses a feature called DRS. So this DRS means Directory Replication Service. This is a feature used to sync the data between domain controllers. It will sync the data between domain controllers. So if it is two, then it will sync the data between two domain controllers. If there are three domain controllers, then it will sync the data between three domain controllers. Basically, the DRS is responsible for syncing the data between domain controllers. So this is what a Microsoft uses DRS for, Directory Replication Service. It is a feature. So DC sync attack means we are going to use a tool called Mimikatz. This Mimikatz will impersonate as domain controller and sync. After impersonating as domain controller, it will sync the data and it will dump the credentials. So here we have only one domain controller. So the use case will be different when you have more than one, right? So this is what a DC sync attack comes in play. Even if you have one domain controller, this attack will work. But this attack, this DC DRS, usually it syncs the data between two domain controller. So go back to our DC01 machine. So I'm gonna run Mimikatz here, and as usual, I'm gonna debug privilege, and I'm gonna impersonate as system user. You can see impersonation, delegation as NT authority system, and after that I'm gonna use LSA dump -- DC sync and -- user I need, say for example, I need credentials for Chris.Griffin. You can see here, it uses this uap.local bit domain, and it uses DC01 as DC server, and uses Chris Griffin as a user account. And I can see Chris Griffin and also is ash, NTLM ash. Similarly, I can do the same for Peter Griffin. Same account name Peter Griffin and this ash NTLM ash. So this is how you do a DC sync attack using Mimikatz. So it uses DRS. Through DRS, Mimikatz able to dump the credentials. So I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will look at Kerberos. So before Kerberos, let's go back and understand what Kerberos authentication works. I'm not gonna explain again, but we will recap since this is already explained in the previous lectures. So the first step is it requests TGT and the KDC. If the authentication is successful, it grants TGT to the client. And after that, the third step is requesting TGS for SQL service. So the next step is he requests TGS for a particular service, and the KDC responds with TGS. So TGT is ticket granting ticket, TGS is ticket granting service. Okay. In short, this is what happens. So if the authentication is successful, you will get TGT. And after getting TGT, we can request TGS to access a service. This service could be anything like MS SQL or HTTP service, etc. So this TGT, after authentication is successful, you will get TGT, and TGS is more like a authorization. So when you want to access a service, you need this TGS ticket. So coming back to Kerberos. So this is what usually happens in a Kerberos authentication. So Kerberos, it is used to target service account. So what is the need of targeting service accounts? So in some scenarios, service accounts run with high privileged accounts, meaning it has more privileges over other accounts. So that is why some less skilled hackers who are difficult to do or finding difficulty in finding in attack vectors, they more try to do curb roasting to target service accounts. So what you need to understand is curb roasting is primarily used to target service accounts. So coming back to the question, how it works, how Kerberos works. So the problem in Kerberos authentication is any user can request TGS. Any domain user can request TGS. And this TGS is encrypted with NTLM hash of the service account. So if we are able to decrypt it, using John or hashcat, we will get the service account password. And those service accounts, if it runs with high privilege, if it has more privileges, then it is a win for the attacker. So this is how curb roasting attacks works. So any domain user can request a TGS, and that TGS is encrypted. The TGS is encrypted with NTLM hash of the service account, and that service account, with that service account, the hacker can decrypt it and crack that. So this is how it works. So coming back to the Kerberos authentication. So see here in step 4, the client receives the TGS, and after getting TGS, the client accesses the SQL service, which is step number 5. But instead of accessing the SQL service, the hacker steals the TGS which he receives in step 4, right? He receives TGS in step 4. Instead of accessing the service with the TGS, which is step 5, the hacker cracks the ticket. TGS is a ticket, right? Cracks the ticket and gets the service account password, and those services like MS SQL, HTTP, everything. So, and sometimes it is it has more privileges. So that's the reason why hackers go after curb roasting. So go to your DC01 machine. First, you need to identify any SPN, service principal name, account is there or not. So and also one more thing I didn't explain, I think. So Kerberos defines 2 types of principal names. So 2 principal names. One is user principal name, and one is service principal name. In short, it is known as UPN, and in short, it is known as SPN. So, what is principal name? What is UPN principal name and SPN principal name? So, what is the need of it? So, these two, user principal names and service principal names, are used to identify the particular one. Say, for example, this UPN, user principal name, is used to identify users, and this service principal name is used to identify services. So basically, the principal names are used to identify. It is used for identification. UPN is for users and SPN is for services. So before curb roasting, you need to identify if there is any. Since curb roasting targets service accounts, you need to first identify if there is any service principal names available or not. So go to your DC01 machine. During our lab, we have set up service principal account. So service account. So if you are not following this lecture, you can go back to the previous one and set up service principal name. So what you have to do is in try hack me or hack the box, before doing curb roasting, you need to identify if there is any SPN found or not. And -t and the domain name and -key star. And out of this, you can see I have DC01 sklscc.uap.local 40,000. This is what my SPN which I have set up during our lab. So we have SPN. Next we will do we will use Rubius. So the plan is use Rubius, get TGS ticket, and use hashcat to crack the ticket and get the password for the service account. I will show you how to do curb roasting in both Windows and also in Linux. So before that, open your Active Directory users and computers. So I'm gonna change password here. Gonna set the password to a very small one. So I have reset the password for SQL service because if the password is very difficult, then it takes a lot of time for hashcat to crack the password. So that's the reason. So open any browser and search for Rubius. Search for Rubius compiled binary. Now I'm going to download this one. I'm going to keep anyway. select keep anyway. So now I have downloaded Rubius. So go to the folder where you have downloaded Rubius. And type Kerberos. So this is how you do, but you can also save the output in some file. So it is saved to a.txt. You can see I have hash for SQL SVC uap.local. So basically, the command is rubius.exe Kerberos, and the output I'm gonna save in a.txt. So this Rubius automatically finds service principal names and gets the TGS, and from the TGS it dumps ashes. So these 3 steps automatically done by Rubius. You don't need to do individually. We can use this ash and crack it offline. So now we have ash. We can copy this in to our Kali machine and crack it using ashcat. So now go to your Kali machine. We can also do the same using impacket get user experience tool. So I'm gonna request my DC IP and I'm gonna use uap.local beta.griffin, and I'm gonna say this file in get user spn.out. So I told you any user can request this TGS, right? So Peter Griffin is a domain administrator. So I'm going to use a user with less privileges. Say I'm going to use Steve Griffin, who is just a domain user, not a domain administrator. I'm going to give password. You can see here I have service principal name SQL SVC uap.local, and the name is SQL SVC, and the output is saved in get user experience 1.0. So if I type get user experience, so I got the hash, and this hash is very similar to the one that we got here. So both are same. I just showed you the 2 steps. One is through rubius.exe and another one is impacket get user experience. So after getting this hash, we need to crack it. So I'm going to use hashcat for now, and I think we need to find a mode here. Hashcat needs more to crack it. You can see here we have lot of Kerberos, but we are going to use this one, which now we are targeting TGS, right? So TGS rep and E type is 23. So if you print the hashes, it's you can see here it is using type 23, and you need to take care of that. Sorry, this is 23. This is TGS and type 23, and TGS is what we are doing right now for Kerberoasting, and 23 is the mode. You can see here the 23 in the ticket. So I'm going to use hashcat to crack it. So I'm going to give password directly here because it will take some time. So hashcat -m 13100. This is the Kerberos mode, and this one where we have stored the hashes and the password. It will take some time. You can see it shows status cracked, and I have that password for the user SQL_SVC. And after cracking the password, we can able to log in into the system as that service account. So I'm going to use, I have cracked the password for SQL_SVC, which is the service account, right? So I'm going to use here and the cracked password. I can see who am I. Can see here I'm a NT authority system, which is the highest privileged one. So this is how you use Kerberos to do stuff. So basically, some organizations give these service accounts a highest privilege. So that's the reason where hackers go and search if there is any service account which is vulnerable to Kerberosting. So this is one we have set up, which is SQL_SVC, but in real world, in organization, you will have more service accounts for different services. So it is, you need to go and check everything. If the list is long, if you have more service accounts, you need to go and do the same process, capture the service hash and crack it. So, and I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about pause the ticket attack. So before understanding pause the ticket attack, let's also discuss about pause the hash attack. Pause the hash and pause the ticket. So we use pause the hash if we don't have password, right? If we don't have password, we use the hash to log in. Similarly, if there is no password, we can use the ticket to log in. And also one disadvantage in pass the ticket attack is it it has expiration period. The expiration period is 10 hours. The ticket, if you have ticket, then the ticket will be valid only for 10 hours. But in pass the hash technique, it does not have any expiration. However, if a user changes the password, then this PTH attack is become an invalid one. It will become an invalid one because a different password has a different hash, right? So that's the reason. So before this, we need to understand which ticket it is. It is known as pass the ticket attack. But what ticket it is? In Kerberos, we have two tickets, TGT and TGS ticket. So in this pass the ticket attack, we will be using TGT, ticket granting ticket. So the attacker will use this ticket granting ticket to access computers. So pass the ticket means the ticket is a TGT one. And don't forget, if it is Kerberosting, then it uses TGS attack. Sorry, TGS ticket. The Kerberosting works based on TGS ticket. If it is TGT, then it is known as pass the ticket. And if it uses TGS ticket, then it is known as Kerberosting. So go to your DC01 machine. We will be doing this pass the ticket attack in both Windows and Kali machine. So we will be using Mimikatz, and we will first list any tickets available. So for that you have to type Kerberos -- list. You can see I have two tickets. One is this administrator.uab local, and there is also another one, administrative.uab.local, but the server name is different. This is KRBTGT, and this is a different name, host/dc01uab.local. So we have two tickets, two TGT. We will export them. You can see here it is saved to file with this name, and also this one ticket with this name. So open your file explorer. Let's just confirm this one. So go to, I have run Mimikatz from C users administrator, so it will be saved in that folder. You can see here there are two files, and the extension is Kirby file. .kirby. It is saved in .kirby, Kirbi. So we will use, we have two tickets. We will use any one of them. So I'm gonna use Kerberos -PTT. First we will use Kerberos list to list the ticket, and again we will use Kerberos list and export to list to save those tickets to our local machine, and then Kerberos it is not hyphen, it is colon colon, sorry, Kerberos colon colon PTT. PTT is pass the ticket, and we need to supply the ticket. Here I'm gonna copy and paste here and click enter, and you can see it says OK. Next, we have the ticket now, and with the ticket we can able to access other machine if there is any other machine if the ticket has access to. So I'm gonna see MISC colon colon CMD, and you can see it opens a command prompt that the ticket has access to. Here it is known as DC01, but in real world, if the ticket has access to a different machine, then the host name will be different. So this is how you use pass the ticket to access other computers. So I'm going to close this one and we'll exit Mimikatz. So throughout my video, I have confused the colon with hyphen. I'm sorry for that. So it is not hyphen, it is colon colon, double colon. So I'm sorry if I have told it very wrong. So go back to your Kali machine. First, we will request TGT. So the command is impacket. I'm going to use impacket tool. I'm going to get a TGT ticket at my DC01 IP, DC01 IP, and the domain name / the user. I'm going to give the password. You can see the ticket is saved in steviegriffin.cc cache. So next you have to give this name. The name, this should be, this is what you should use. KRB5 CC name equal to this one. You have to export this, and I'm gonna use psexec tool. So psexec, the domain controller, and the target IP I want to log in, and no pass means I'm not gonna give any password. -K means it uses the ticket. So I have already exported this KRBCC name steviegriffin.cache, right? So this psexec will use this ticket to log in, and uap.local and steviegriffin and the domain name DC01, sorry, computer DC01.uap.local. And if I type enter, and I can see I didn't use any password. I used -K, which takes care of this ticket, which uses this ticket, and I'm able to log in and type OML NT authority system. So this is how you do pass the ticket attack. So I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about overpass the hash. So overpass the hash is a combination of pass the hash and pass the ticket. So this attack works first by the user with his NTLM. A user with NTLM hash is required. Then with this NTLM hash, a user can request TGT. And after getting TGT, he can log in to other computers where the tickets has access to. So we have two types of authentication. One is NTLM and one is Kerberos. So NTLM authentication is old and Kerberos authentication is the new one. So Microsoft gives support to NTLM because some operating systems, some organization are still dependent on NTLM. But consider one example where we need to use, where we can use overpass the hash technique. So you have NTLM hash, but in one of the computers where NTLM hash is NTLM authentication is not used. Only in that computer, Kerberos authentication is used. So in that scenario, you can use NTLM hash to request TGT ticket, and with the TGT ticket, so since TGT ticket is used in Kerberos, you can use this TGT ticket to log in. So I will explain this again. So we have NTLM authentication and Kerberos authentication in Active Directory. So NTLM authentication is old and Kerberos authentication is the new one. Suppose if we have a scenario where the computer allows only Kerberos authentication, in that scenario, we can use the computer as only Kerberos authentication, not NTLM. So if it supports only Kerberos authentication, what you can do is you can use, if you have if NTLM hash is available and available for any user, if NTLM hash is available for any user, then you can use that hash to create TGT, and using the TGT you can log in to the computer. So this is how overpass the hash technique works. So go to your DC01 machine. So run mimikatz and type privilege debug. And type secure LSA, because you need NTLM hash to create a TGT ticket. So if we this command login passwords will dump NTLM hash. You can see I have DC01 hash and I have administrator one. In this case, I will use administrator hash. So I will copy this one. And what I will do is secure LSA PTH, and the user is administrator, and the domain is uap.local, and the hash is this one, And if you type enter, so this is PTH and the user. This is double colon user administrator and the domain and is NTLM hash. You can see it spawned new command prompt. So this is how you do overpass the hash. So it is a combination of pass the hash and pass the ticket, and the ticket is TGT. So I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will do overpass the hash using Rubius. We need two things for that. We need a user's NTLM hash, and from that NTLM hash, we are going to request a ticket, and through ticket, we are going to have a shell. So this is what overpass the hash means. I hope you saw the previous lecture because I have explained what is overpass the hash. So go to your MS01 machine and run mimikatz. And type privilege debug, and I'm gonna dump password. So we have a lot of hashes here. Sometimes when you are using secure LSA login passwords, this one also dumps the hash and also the password. So in some cases, here it is showing as null, but in some cases, it will show the password here. So you need to look for both things, NTLM and also the clear text passwords. Here I need a NTLM hash. So I'm going to use administrator and this NTLM hash. First we need to download Rubius. So type Rubius compiled download, and there is one GitHub repository, remote control goes back compiled binaries. So here I can see rubius.exe, and here you need to select this one, download raw file. So when you are downloading any exe files, make sure you run in a virtual environment. Sometimes it is a malicious one, like having backdoor or capturing keylogs, etc. So download it and use it in your own risk. I have already downloaded Rubius here. So with the NTLM hash, I'm gonna request TGT as TGT, and the user is administrator, and the NTLM hash is this one, and my domain. And I'm gonna use no wrap. I can see with administrator and this NTLM hash, I got a TGT. If I don't use the option no wrap, then it will be in this format. So this format will not be useful. Some spaces before here. So I hope you understood this command. I'm going to use, I used rubius, ask tgt, administrator, ntlmash, and the domain and no wrap. Next one is I'm going to use rubius ptt, which means pause the ticket, under the ticket one. So I will copy this one and press enter. So I have successfully run the command, and in the output it shows action import ticket and ticket successfully imported. So rubius ptt means pause the ticket and the ticket. So it says successfully imported. Let's verify this one. If you want to verify this, then you have to type klist. You can see klist is used to show the saved tickets. I have administrator and this LDAP server. This one ticket. I have four tickets in total. So now we have a ticket, TGT ticket that we got from NTLMash. So next we will use this ticket to log on to DC01 machine. So for that we need a tool called psexec64. So open up your browser, type psexec64. 64 is a 64-bit one. So go to this first option, psexec sysinternals. And you click this option, download PS tools. I have already downloaded it earlier. It's a zip file. So inside that zip file, you have a psexec64 one. So use this one. We are going to use this one. And I'm going to type my DC01 IP. Double / my IP and type cmd.exe. So I need cmd. And you can see now it is TC01 machine. So this is how you use overpass the hash technique to log into other computer. So first I dumped a ticket, and after the ticket I used this psexec64 to log into this machine. So this is how you do overpass the hash using rubius. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will dump a domain cache credentials. So say for example, if you are using a computer that got disconnected from a domain joined machines, it is still possible you can log in with the domain username and password. So it's because these credentials, even when you are disconnected, these credentials are stored in LSA. So let's explore this and dump those. So I will use Mimikatz. So I'm gonna privilege debug. I'm gonna elevate my privileges. And I will type LSA dump cache. So this is how you dump if hashes. So I do not see anything here. So let's try the same in MS01 machine. So I'm gonna pause this video since it is take some time to boot. So the machine has booted. I will use Mimikatz. I'm gonna turn off antivirus. So I'm gonna privilege debug and I'm gonna elevate my privileges. Under the command is LSA dump : cache. Now I can see UAP Steve Griffin and this cache dash Herbert.Griffin, Herbert.Private and this hash and UAP/administrator this hash. So in DC01 machine it is not there, but in MS01 we can see here. So it's always nice to see if there is any cached credentials in the machine. So this is what domain cached credentials dumping means. So I hope you understood this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about AS rep roasting. So this AS rep roasting attack is possible only when this pre-authentication is disabled. So what is pre-authentication? So in Kerberos previous lectures, I have told you TGT is like a authentication and TGS is like a authorization, meaning with the TGS you can access a service. So first we need TGT and then TGS. The same example here, as we have already guessed, this AS rep roasting is possible when pre-authentication is disabled. So here TGT is authentication, TGS is authorization. So you know now this is something to deal with TGT. I hope you have guessed this. So this is something to do with the TGT, ticket granting ticket, this attack. So okay, let's look at an example. Say we have a client and a KDC. KD is a key distribution center that is responsible for issuing tickets. If you don't understand this video, go back and watch the Kerberos authentication, which I have explained earlier in this video. So just to recap, first the client request TGT and the KDC issues TGT. This is possible after verifying client's identity. Basically, it is a authentication. After requesting TGT from the client to the KDC verifies it, and if it is successful, then it grants TGT. And the third step is request for TGS. And this TGS, when requesting, it also sends its TGT, which we got from the second step. And the KDC responds them with TGS. And after getting TGS, I'm gonna use it to access a service like MS SQL and web server. So this is what a Kerberos authentication is happening in a nutshell. So here, how this AS rep roasting is possible? Let's see this now. I will put another diagram here. Since this is AS rep roasting is possible when pre-authentication is disabled. So authentication is being dealt with TGT. So this attack, the first one, say it requests TGT, and this is, client and KDC. This TGT, you can say AS request, which means authentication service request. So when the client requests TGT, what happens is it sends a AS rec message telling I need a TGT, and this KDC responds them with a TGT after verification. You can say this is an authentication. And this message is a AS REP. AS is authentication service, REP is response. So first I send a AS request message, authentication service request message, mentioning that I need a TGT, and the KDC responds them with a AS rep message, which is authentication service response that has TGT. What happens here is this AS resp in this message, it has a TGT and also a session key. So this session key contains like information like timestamp details. It contains the session details, and it is encrypted with user's password. So if a, an attacker can crack this user's password, then he can able to access a resource, a computer, whatever. So this is how the point here is the AS RESP message contains TGT plus session key, and that session key is encrypted with user's password. If an attacker is able to crack the user's password, then he can able to access the user. He can impersonate and access the user. What happens here is in Kerberos, you have an option for disabling this pre-authentication, meaning this allows an attacker to request TGT, and if this first step is not possible, if this first one is disabled, meaning this is the first one, right? Authentication service request. If this first one, the authentication service request, is disabled, then this KDC will not verify the client details. It will not verify the client details. So if it does not verify, it will not verify. So the second step means it will grants the TGT. It gives the client TGT. So this is what happens here. If the attacker, if the pre-authentication is disabled, then the attacker can request TGT, and during AS REP, the attacker, after requesting during AS RESP, the attacker gets a TGT plus session key, and this session key is encrypted with user's password. If an attacker is able to crack this one, then he will get that user's password. So this is what it means. So I hope you understood this video. Let's just a small example here. Say for example, Stevie.Griffin does not have pre-authentication. So this account has pre-authentication disabled. What I can do is this attacker request KDC. First, it sends a request message, authentication service request message for TGT. And this TGT is for Stevie Griffin. And this KDC will not verify the AS request message is coming from a Stevie Griffin or not. It's because this account Steve Griffin has pre-authentication disabled, meaning this KDC will not verify the user's account. And in response, the KDC responds with a TGT plus a session key. And this session key is encrypted with the user's password, and the attacker takes it offline and cracks it and cracks the hash. So this example, I think you have understood now. I hope you understood now. Let's go to DC01 machine. So go to your DC01 machine. And so this command get AD user filter user account control, and this number is used to mention the pre-authentication disabled and user account control. And I'm gonna show everything in a table mail. So this command is used to display if any user has pre-authentication disabled. I can see a Stevie Griffin as pre-authentication disabled. So now go to your users and computers, Active Directory users and computers. So and click on Chris Griffin, right click it, select properties and go to account. Just scroll down. You can see here, do not require Kerberos pre-authentication. Click OK and click apply. Now I will run the command. You can see there are two names, Stevie Griffin and Chris Griffin. I will remove Stevie Griffin's pre-authentication. I will again set it back. So first you need to identify if any user is vulnerable to AS rep roasting or not. I can see Chris Griffin is, I can able to AS rep roast. So next, what you have to do is you can use Rubius and type AS rep roast. You can see I have now Chris Griffin's hash here. We can copy this and use hashcat and crack this offline. But also we can do the same from our Kali machine. Go to your Kali machine. So I'm going to use this impact tool, get np users, DCIP, and then my DCIP address and my domain name. And the users, I'm gonna do a reprost, and I'm gonna save it in output file hash.txt. So first I will create a users list. So I'm gonna type chris.griffin and peter.griffin, and this impact will use this. We'll check for those two users for reposting and press enter. So the folder is different. Here I am using folder, but I am here using home one. Now you can see I got the hash for chris.griffin, but for Peter Griffin, it does not have pre-authentication set. So we cannot repost this Peter Griffin user, but we can repost Chris Griffin user. So I'm going to use hashcat help. I need a mode. So hashcat needs a mode. So you can see here for ASREC, it uses 18200. So this is ASREC pre-authentication, but we are doing a rep, right? So the number is 18200. So I'm going to use hashcat and the mode. I'm going to give 18200 and the hash.txt file and the password. So I have given the password directly here. It's because it will take some time. You can see here the status shows cracked and it says the password 123. And I can use this Stevie Griffin and its password to log on. So this is how you do reposting. And one more important thing is the kerbrosting targets service hashes and AS reposting targets user hashes. So if they ask the difference between kerbrosting and AS reposting in interview, you need to tell these two differences. So kerbrosting is for service hashes, it targets service hashes, and AS reposting targets user hashes. So I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about DCOM. So DCOM stands for Distributed Component Object Model. It is not an attack technique. It is a lateral movement tool. So we can use DCOM for lateral movement. So it is used to run programs on a different computer. Say for example, From DC01 machine, I can able to run something on MS01 machine that are in the same network. And DCOM also uses port RPC. So RPC stands for remote procedure call. So behind DCOM is dependent on RPC for communications. So let's see this in an example. Go to DC01 machine. So first I will create an object. So that is mmc20.application and IP address of my MS01 machine. And after that, I'm gonna use this A to execute shell command. Say for example, I'm gonna print host name and save that to dcom.txt. So first I have connected to my MS01 machine, and after that I am executing this host name and saving it to cdcom.txt. C is the drive and dcom.txt is that file. So let's verify this now. You can see there is a one called dcom.txt. You can also use cat. You can see it's MS01. So through host name, it gets saved in dcom. That's why it's a reason shows MS01. So this is how you use dcom to run programs on a different computer. So I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about PowerShell remoting. So PowerShell remoting enables the user to access resources on other computers. So it can also retrieve data, execute commands, or also get an interactive shell. And it uses port 5985. It uses port 5985 for communication purposes. So go to your MS01 machine. In this video, I will be connecting from my MS01 machine to TC01 machine. First, you need to enable PowerShell remoting. So the command is enable PS remoting force. And I can see the message WinRM is already set up to receive requests on this computer, receive request and remote management. So after enabling PS remoting, you also need a port 5985 to be opened on a remote computer. If port 5985 is not opened on a remote computer, then it is not possible for PS remoting. So you need to make sure if the port has, if that the other computer has port 5985 open. So I'm going to use this command test net connection, and this is my DC01 IP and the port WinRM. You can see here computer name, the remote address, and the port, and it says TCP test succeeded true. It means this port is opened on my DC01 machine. Next, you have to trust that computer. So if you don't set this option, then the connection will not work because um, um, because this computer has to trust every other computer. So after setting this option, then I can go a PS session, PowerShell session. PS means PowerShell session on this DC01 machine. And I'm gonna use this uap.local and administrator and click enter, and I will be asked for the password. And you can see now in the starting it shows IP, which is a DC01 IP. And if I type hostname and who am I, you can see the hostname is DC01 and who am I is uap/administrator. And this is how you connect from one machine to other. And after that, type exit. And now you can see it is MS01. First, you need to, we will recap this. First, we need to enable PowerShell remoting. And after that, you need to test whether the remote computer has WinRM enabled or not. Meaning, you will check for the port 5985 open or not. And after that, you need to set an option to trust the connections. Meaning, you have to trust that computer. Only then you can establish a connection. So this step is very important. And after that, you are gonna enter PS session. You are gonna enter a PowerShell session in this IP using this credentials administrator. And I get a host name as DC01 and OMI as UAP/administrator and exit. So this is how you do a PowerShell remoting. So I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will use PSExec to log into other computers. So it is a tool we can use for lateral movement. So PSExec and the IP I want to access. I am now in MS01. I will access DC01 using PSExec. So 192.168. This is my DC01 IP and the username Twitter briefing in command prompt, and also you need to specify -I for interactive session and press enter and give the password. You can see the host name is DC01, and if you want to exit, type exit. And this is MS01 is my current machine. Similarly, you can use PSExec in Kali. So PSExec, we packet PSExec, and I'm gonna log in as administrator and the IP. And I need to give the password. You can see the host name is DC01. So this is how you use PSExec in both Windows and Kali to log in. In later videos, in the upcoming lectures, I will show you how to use PSExec to use hash and login. So here we used password, but also PSExec also provides an option to use hash. So we will talk about that later in the video in the upcoming lectures. So I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about DSRM persistence. So DSRM stands for Directory Services Restore Mode. So it is used to restore or repair Active Directory. So say for example, your Active Directory, something happened to your Active Directory and some users cannot log in. So in that situation, they will use this DSRM to restore or repair any Active Directory database. So this is what the primary use of DSRM. It is used to repair or restore. So when we set up our DC01 machine, if you remember, there is an option here. You can see type directory services restore mode DSRM. So we entered password here. So this is done when we were installing domain controller. So this persistence is possible only when this DSRM password is not regularly changed. So usually what happens is whenever they install Active Directory, especially it is a domain controller, they are presented with a DSRM password. So the domain administrator or system administrator should change this password after AD installation. If they do not change this DSRM password, then it can lead to DSRM persistence. The hacker can use this a weakness for DSRM persistence. Before that, we need to understand two things. So usually we have two administrators, right? So one is a AD administrator, which is a domain related one, and second one is a local administrator. So meaning they are not domain joined one, not a domain account. So what is important here is this local admin. If we can able to capture this local admin hash, we can create a backdoor. And this backdoor is possible only when the system admin or whoever manages the domain controller does not change the DSRM password often. So let's look at an example. Go to your DC01 machine. I'm going to use Mimikatz. So this is privilege debug. I'm going to do that. And I'm going to impersonate. this example, I forgot to mention one thing. This local admin will be stored, his password will be stored ash in SAM. This local administrator ashes are stored in SAM. It is managed by SAM. And this domain controlled one is managed by LSA. So in the local one, it is managed by SAM, and in domain one, it is managed by LSA. So in lateral movement technique, we we dumped both SAM and LSA. So if you remember, if you don't remember, you can go back and watch the videos separately. So first, I will go to my DC0 machine. So I will dump SAM, and you can see I have administrator, the local administrator hash. And next I will dump LSA. And I can see these are domain one, Peter Griffin, Steve Griffin, and I can see administrator. And this domain administrator hash is different from the local administrator hash, right? So we will use this local administrator hash to create a backdoor. Before that, we need to check or change few settings. So I will again open a command prompt. So I'm gonna bypass this PowerShell. So here, when you are running this command get item property, HKLM system current control set control LSA, you have this option DRS admin login behavior and is set to 2. So it is mandatory that this value should be set to 2. If it has this DSRM admin login behavior value as 0, then this technique will not work. So you should take note of this. And if this DSRM admin login behavior, this particular parameter is not present, then you can use this command. Then you can use this command new item property HKLM current control set name DSRM admin login query and its value. So this throws error because it says the property already exists. So if it does not present when you are running, if the DSRM admin logon behavior is not present, then you need to use this command to set this value. Don't worry, I have added every commands in a PDF, so you can copy paste here. You don't need to enter it again. So now coming back to the DSRM persistent technique. So this value is set to 2. So after that, we can do pass the hash technique. So we can use secure LSA and pass the hash, and the user is administrator and the domain is uap.local and is NTLM hash. So NTLM hash is a local one, local administrator one. And if you type enter, it will spawn a command prompt. So this is how you set persistence using DSRM. I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about admin SD holder persistence. So this SD stands for security descriptor. So the use is, it is used to protect users and groups from unintentional or accidental modifications. So it is the idea is it is used to protect users or groups, and it runs every 60 minutes. Say for example, this is my first 60th minute, and this 60th minute I have some users and some groups, and in second 60th minute I will be having some users and some groups. So this is first hour and this is second hour. In this example, we will consider this first 60th minute has happened and second 60th minute is going to happen. It is not happened yet, but it is going to happen. So in this first 60th minute, this admin SD holder tracks users and groups, and say before this second 60th minute happens, if a user or group if something is happened to a user or group, say for example, if Peter Griffin got deleted or removed from domain admin group during this second 60th minute, this admin SD holder will add that Peter Griffin user back to the domain admin group. So this 60th minute we can customize it to 2 minutes or 3 minutes. So the same example, the idea is every 60th minute it tracks, it takes logs of users and groups, and every 60th minute it compares with the previous one. If this second 60th minute is going to happen, say for example, if this second 60th minute is going to happen or it is happening, if it is happening, then this admin SD holder compares this second 60th minute with the first one, which is a previously occurred one, right? So it does two actions. If the second 60th minute has any modification, it then reverts it back to the first one. So, and second thing is, if it does not have any changes, say first 60th minute and second 60th minute are both same, then it will carry on to the um, then the next step would be the second 60th minute will be compared with the third 60th minute. This third 60th minute which is going to happen in the future, nearby future. So this is how it is done. So the idea is to protect users from any unintentional changes. So this is how admin SD holder works. So what is the use of persistence here? How do we um, do persistence here? Say for example, if an attacker compromised a domain controller, then what he can do is he can add himself to admin SD holder so that if some sysadmin or blue team removes them from if they remove that user from any group, then after 60th minute he will be added back. So this is how we do persistence. We will add ourselves to admin SD holder, and even if the blue team removes us, we will not care about that, because after every 60th minute we will be added back again and again. And remember, this 60th minute is a customizable one. We can customize it accordingly. So let's see this in an example. Hello everyone. In this video, we will see a practical example of admin SD holder. So go to your DC01 machine. So I'm going to use Peter Griffin as example here. So I will type Peter, net user Peter Griffin. And you can see he is a domain user and also domain admins. So go to Active Directory users and computers. Click on this one. And you type view and select advanced features. And in system, you select this drop down and select admin SD folder and right click and select properties and select security. So here I will add Peter Griffin. Check names and select OK. You can see Peter Griffin is here and click OK. And I can see for the user Peter Griffin, I have full control. So let's just also add another user, Chris. Select check names, click OK. And if Chris Griffin is added, select allow, full control, and select this option apply and click OK. Now we will confirm the same. Net user Chris.Griffin. So he is a domain user and I'm gonna add him to the domain admin group. Apply. OK. Close this one. You can see now he is a domain admin. So what I will do is go to users, and before that I told you in the previous example the default value is a 60 minutes one, but we can customize it to 1 minute or 2 minute, right? So let's just do this now. We can customize from 60 minute to 1 minute. So the command is registry add this HKLM system current control set services entds parameter and admin st protect frequency and the value here /t100. So 100 in decimal, which means 1 minute, and I will change it to 1 minute and click and type enter. You can see the operation completed successfully. So let's close this one and I will remove Peter Griffin from domain admins group. Select apply and click OK. And I will type net user Peter.Griffin. You can see he's a domain user, but let's wait for 1 minute. I will pause this video for now. And now you can see here. So Peter Griffin still in domain admin group. So this is how you do persistence using admin st folder. I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about silver ticket attack. So this silver ticket attack is mainly associated with service accounts. So if we want to do a silver ticket attack, we need this service accounts hash. And if we want to get this service account hash, so we can do attacks like pause this video and think it for a second. So in the previous lectures, we have discussed the attacks that target service accounts, right? So pause this video, think and answer. And this service account hash, we can able to get it using Kerberos string, or we can also do mimikatz to dump hashes, right? So, and one more thing is this silver ticket has a validity of 30 days. So if the user does not change his password, then this silver ticket attack has a period of 30 days, meaning the attacker can maintain access the persistence for 30 days. and it is a attack that targets service accounts. So it is something to do with TGS. So TGS means ticket granting service. So why it is TGS? Why not TGT? I will explain you again. So TGT is like a authentication, and TGS is like more like a authorization. When the user has TGS, he can access, services like CIFS, MSSQL, etc. So this service, this silver ticket attack is mainly associated with service. So this is mainly associated with TGS. And when we are targeting service accounts, so I told you this silver ticket attack is mainly target service accounts, right? In this one, first one, right? So we can do curb roasting or mimikatz to dump the service account hashes. So this silver ticket attack, if we are going to target any service accounts, and suppose, say for example, if you are not able to get any service access because of privilege escalation related issues, but you got machine account hash, you can still do silver ticket attack. So the reason is computer or machine, say for example, is the one that is running services like CIFS, MSSQL, and web server, etc. Right? So we can target for this CIFS or MSSQL or web server hash, or we can also target the machine account hash. So because machine is running these services, CIFS, MSQL and web server, if we have this machine account hash, we can able to do silver ticket attack because machine is the one that is running these services, right? CIFS, MSSQL and web server. So this is how a silver ticket attack works. So I hope you are understood this concept. Let's see in an example now. So go to your DC01 machine. I do not know the reason. Let's just pause this. And one important thing is this attack does not require TGT. So it just skips this TGT step. So what happens is, here attacker machine and this KDC. First I request TGT and it responds with TGT, and next it requires TGS and it responds with TGS, right? So this first step is not needed for silver ticket attack. We can directly do the third step by forging. Let's see this forging in a practical example. I will run mimikatz privilege debug, secure LSA, log on passwords. And I told you I need service account hash or either machine account hash. With either of this, either service account or the machine account, I can able to do silver ticket attack. So you can see here I have username DC01, which is my machine, and is NTLM hash, this machine hash. So and this is how you create a silver ticket. So Kerberos golden and SID of my current user. So you can see here OMI/user is my administrator. I'm an administrator, but it's not always administrator. You can use any type of user, even it is a low privileged user. So I have used administrator here, but you can use any low privileged user. It will still work. The idea is you should have a machine hash and the SID of this administrator user. So SID is security identifier, and you can see and this administrator SID, and the domain is uap.local, and my target is this machine DC01 machine, and I'm gonna use this ticket for service CIFS, and RC4 is nothing but I'm supplying my NTLM hash. You can see here it is DC01 and this NTLM hash. So this is what I have supplied here, and user administrator. So I'm gonna impersonate as user administrator, and PTT means this ticket I'm gonna currently inject in this session, current session. So if you remove this PTT, you will get a dot ticket in a file. You can use that and import later, or you can directly use this PTT option to inject the ticket directly in this current session. So right now we have a session, right? This command prompt session. So it will get directly injected here. And the ID, I have to give any valid ID. So for that, we can open event viewer and select yeah. So go to event viewer and select application, and I'm gonna select, you can give anything. You can see it shows WMI event system and age update. So you can give any event ID, any valid event ID. So I will use this 1000. You can see now the administrator for UAP successfully submitted for current session. And I will do exit and I will type klist for any cache tickets. You can see I have a server CAFS DC01 UAP.local and the administrator one, because you can see I have applied for user administrator and the service is CIFS. So this is what I have a cache ticket. And if I do dir under the network, so my target is DC01 UAP.local, right? So if I do the same here, UAP.local, and I'm gonna list C drive. You can see now with this help of ticket, I can now able to dump this, list this directory. So this is how you do silver ticket attack. And one more example I would like to show is if you don't supply this PTT1, what happens is it says it is saved in ticket.kirby file, right? You can see here the file is ticket.kirby. You can use this Kirby and you can do Kerberos ::ticket and supply this ticket.kirby file. You can see here which I have served earlier. You can see previously it is showing the message ticket saved to file and it is saved as ticket.kirby. So now I can use this file Kerberos ticket and the file. I'm sorry, this is a pause the ticket, right? So I have to type ptt and the file name ticket.kirby, and you can see file ticket.kirby showing us message okay. Now I can spawn a shell, and for that MISC and CMD. If you type that, you can see I have a shell now. So this is how you use a ticket and spawn a shell. So this is a silver ticket attack. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. I will just recap one more time. So what we did is we if you want to move on to next lecture, you can move on, but I will, if those who are still didn't understand, I will just recap this. So the first step is we got machine account, and using this machine account I used a service called CIFS, and for that CIFS I'm impersonated as user administrator and got the shell. So instead of CIFS, we can also do any other services available. Okay. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about golden ticket attack. This attack is mainly associated with TGT. And when you have finished installing a domain controller, there will be some default accounts that are created by Windows operating system, and those accounts are administrator, guest and KRB. There is one account called KRB TGT. So these are default accounts. So created when you are installing domain controller. So this will be created by default. So this KRB TGT is a Kerberos TGT. So KRB means Kerberos and TGT means TGT. It's not TGT, it's TGT, ticket granting ticket. So this golden ticket attack is mainly focused on ticket granting ticket. And so what is KRB TGT? So KRB TGT is a service account for KDC. So KDC is a key distribution center that is responsible for issuing tickets, right? It can create tickets and also issue tickets. It does two functions, but KDC is the responsible for creating and issuing the tickets. This KRB TGT is a service account for KDC. So I will do explain this in a diagram. We have this one, this one attacker one, and this one is a KDC, which is installed in domain controller. So the first is TGT, request TGT, and it gets TGT. And the third step is when requesting TGS, it presents the TGT which the attacker got in step 2 and presents it to KDC for TGS and grants TGS. The thing here is this third step, this TGT contains KRB TGT hash. So since KRB TGT is a service account for KDC, if we have this hash, we can able to access any service on any computer on any service, any computer within the domain. To recap this one, if we have silver ticket and we have machine hash, then this attack vector is only limited to this machine, meaning we can able to do the attacks only for that machine. It is limited to only that machine, and this is something to do with TGS. And this golden ticket attack, because of KRB TGT hash, The attack vector scope is for for all the services and all the computers that are present in the domain. So here the scope is very big. And the golden ticket has a validity of 10 years. So this way an hacker can have persistence for 10 years. So big players like big hackers usually target this type of attacks because you know sometimes it is also not easy to get detected by the blue team. So that's the reason. So one question here is why if we get KRBTGT hash, so why we get to access to any service, any computer? It's why we can able to access this everything. So the reason is it has this KRBTGT. If we get this KRBTGT hash, we can able to access any service, any computer within that domain. The reason is because it is a service account for KDC. So it is a service account for KDC. That's the reason this service account holds all the holds everything for all the services and all the computers. Go to your DC01 machine. So open your Mimikatz and type privilege debug. And type this command lsa dump lsa inject, and we need this KRB TGT. And if we do this, we have this NTLM hash, KRB TGT NTLM hash. And so this is how you create a golden ticket. The Kerberos golden user administrator, the domain, and the SID of this user administrator. You can see I have this user administrator one and KRB TGT hash and the ID. So this 500 is for administrator. This ID is nothing but the RID. And this PTT, I'm gonna inject this ticket in the current session. I don't want to export it in a ticket.kirby file. So this is how you do a forge a golden ticket. And when I type enter, you can see successfully submitted for current session. And after that, I can do CMD. I now have a session. And also I will show you one important thing. If you have, have the opportunity to do golden ticket attack, golden ticket attack is possible only when you have KRB TGT account hash. So when you have that, you can impersonate as any user, even if the user is not present in the system. Say for example, I am showed here net user and administrator Herbert something. Now we will again open Mimikatz, and this time I will impersonate Stevie Griffin. So Stevie Griffin is not a domain admin, I think. Yes, he is not a domain admin. And this command get local user name Stevie Griffin and select object SID. So I have his object ID now, and I will copy this one. And you can see golden ticket for Stevie Griffin UAP.local successfully submitted for current session. And if I type MASC ::CMD, I now have a shell. And that's it for now. I hope you understood this video. Thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will talk about diamond ticket attack. So this attack is similar to a golden ticket attack, but it is little bit stealthier. It is similar to a golden ticket attack, right? So it is something to do with TGT ticket. So one of example is, in the previous examples for generating golden ticket, we used Mimikatz, right? But Mimikatz, when generating golden ticket, it uses 10 years as a validity period. So blue team, if they find out anything like 10 years, right, they will find it suspicious. So when generating golden ticket attack, you should, take care of this validity period. You can also give custom values like 1 year or 1 month, something like that. But diamond ticket attack in general, it gives little bit stealthier. So let's see this in an example. Let's go to a DC0 machine. So to generate diamond ticket, you have to, I will be using Rubius diamond and TGT delegation, and I'm gonna impersonate as user Stevie Griffin and his RID and the groups. This 512 means domain admin group. It's just a number. 512 means domain admins and the Kerberos key. And if I press enter, you can see I have a ticket now. Here I can use NoRap to generate everything in a readable format. Now what I can do is I can again use Rubius. Hello everyone. In this video, we will do persistence using screensaver. So first, go to your Kali machine. We will generate a MSF Venom payload. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I will generate a stageless one. And also open a new tab and to a listener. Type use exploit multi handler set payload, this one, set L host ETH0, set L port 1234, and if you do options, you can see ETH0, everything is there, and I will do run. And I will transfer this file to my Windows machine. I will copy and paste here. Maybe I will do a file transfer. Config, copy, PowerShell, IWR, hyphen URI, HTTP, IP, and shell1.exe, and out file shell1.exe. Now you can see I have shell1.exe here. And I will add a registry key. So this one, control panel desktop and screen save. And for that exe, I will give this path, my reverse shell path, and press enter. And you have to give one more command. And the next one is I'm gonna add a path property, this control panel desktop and screen save, and the value to my reverse shell payload. And I will type enter. So there are two commands you can use. One is if you already don't have any registry key, then you can use the first one. If you have a registry key already present, then you can use the second one and change this value to the shell you have, the reverse shell payload where you have downloaded. So you can use two ways, first one and second one. And the second one didn't work because I already have the error shows it already exists. You will get a reverse shell when a screensaver occurs. So screensaver will occur when the screen remains idle for 60 seconds or 1 minute or 2 minutes. You can change the value and test it, but you will get reverse shell only during the screensaver. So go to this one, change screensaver, and I will set it to blank, and I will set it to 1 minute and click apply and click OK. Let's wait for 1 minute and see we will get a reverse shell or not. I will pause this video for now. And you can see now I got a shell So this is how you do a persistence using screensaver. I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will do a persistent technique using shortcuts. So go to your Kali machine, generate this MSF Venom payload, stageless payload, and transfer this payload to your Windows machine. I have transferred it earlier. Go to your Kali and run a Meterpreter listener. I have used lhost and my local port is 1234, and I'm gonna run this one. And see, you can see my reversal, my Meterpreter is listening on this port. Now go to your DC01 machine, and this is the one which I have downloaded earlier. This is my reverse shell file. So what I will do is, so right click any shortcut that you want to do a persistent, select properties, and here you can see target start in. So instead of target, you can specify this folder. So you click this, select this one, C uses administrator download, and paste it here, slash and your reverse shell name, exe file name, and also do the same here. Start in C uses administrator download shell1.exe, and here the start in, and click apply and click OK. You can see here the Explorer icon has changed. So sometimes it is difficult for user, he will not believe it. You can see it says location I Explorer, C program files x86 Internet Explorer. Even though it shows, it looks legitimate, right? It shows Internet Explorer, but the icon does not look same. When I hover, it shows the path program files Internet Explorer, but the icon is not does not look right. So we can change it. So go to properties and select shortcut, and you can see the option here, change icon. You can download from the internet, and you can use this browse option and do it. For now, I will use a common one. So Internet Explorer usually have this globe icon. So I will set this one and set apply and click OK. You can see now it looks little bit reasonable. I recommend you to download it from the internet and change it here. And if I double click this one, you can see I have a shell here. So this is how you place persistence using a shortcut. Every time the user clicks it, you will get a shell. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will use a task scheduler to create a backdoor or a persistence. So open your DC01 machine and search for task scheduler. And I have the screen right now. When you have this task scheduler window open, on the right side, you can see an option called create. I think it's select this option, create task. And I'm gonna give name backdoor. And here you can change the user or group. to run it under what context. So I'm gonna leave administrator because administrator has more privileges. So if you want to specify any user, then you can change it here. So if you and the next time the this task will run under the context of this user. So check this option, run only when user is logged on, and you also check this one, run with highest privileges. And after that, go to triggers tab and select a new. You can here you can give the option you want. So I'm gonna set this option on a schedule, and I'm gonna give this option daily and recur every 1 day. And repeat task, I'm gonna set this to every 5 minutes so that this one runs every 5 minutes. And select OK. And here go to actions, select a new, and you can give the option start a program, and you need to specify the reverse shell payload here. Select this option, browse, and I'm going to give this reverse shell backdoor. Select OK and click OK. And select OK. You can see now the task name shows here, which I have created backdoor. I mean, it says triggers 6:17 a.m. every day, repeats every 5 minutes for a duration of, and I can have I am showing the backdoor here. I got a shell now, but I will exit it. And I will run again. You can see the next runtime is 6:22. Now the time is 6:10 a.m. So let's wait for this one to happen. You can verify the task name from here, or you can also use a command line option. And if you type this option is used to show any scheduled tasks. Press enter. It will show you lot of stuff. Because Windows has lot of scheduled tasks running. You can see the first one, right? I can see the backdoor, which I have added recently, and the rest next runtime, and the author, administrator, and the task which is going to run, and its state, enabled. It will show you all the details, and it will run every 1 day, and start time at 6:17. And the next runtime is 6:22. Now the time is, you can see here in the bottom right corner, it shows 622 and I can see I got the shell now. So this is how you maintain a persistence. So it will run every 5 minutes. So you don't need to worry about any stuff here. I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will do a persistent technique using a startup folder. So every time a machine boots, this particular file will get executed automatically. So this technique is called doing a backdoor via startup folder. So open your file explorer and go to this path, program data, Microsoft Windows start menu, programs startup. And you can see this option is empty. Go to your downloads. And I want you to do the same process again. Generate a reverse shell and transfer it to your Windows machine and start a Metasploit handler and type run. Now go back to your Windows machine, copy this shell one and paste it here and right click, select properties and go to security, and I'm gonna give users, select edit. I'm gonna give full permissions, select apply and select OK and click OK. And this will run when the system reboots. So I'll close this for now and I will reboot it now. Before that, run the handler in Metasploit and I will do a reboot. I will pause this video for now. And after reboot, I can see I have a shell now. So after rebooting, enter your password and log in into Windows and wait for 1 to 2 minutes because if you are using SSD, you will get reverse shell soon. But if you are using HDD, you will get reverse shell a little bit later because SSD is faster than HDD. It depends on your system configuration. So don't think it won't work. Just wait for your system to boot up. I can see now I have a shell here. And this is how you do a persistent using startup. I hope you understood this video and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will use registry keys to add a backdoor. So previously we used a startup folder and put our exe file there, and after the reboot we got a shell, reverse shell. Similarly, instead of startup folder, we can add our malicious file to add it to the registry key, and whenever the system boots, we will get a reverse shell. So first go to the folder and first generate this MSF Venom reverse shell file, transfer it to your Windows and run a TCP handler, Metasploit TCP handler, and go to your DC01 machine. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to create a new folder. So I created a new folder called programs and I placed my reverse shell file here. The reason because this programs folder looks similar to program files and program files x86. It looks similar, so that any team will not find it suspicious. So that's why I created a folder called programs and placed my malicious backdoor file here, and right click this one, select properties and go to security and select this one, users, click edit, and this users give full control and click apply and click OK. Click OK. Next, open your registry editor, type registry editor, and go to this one here, computer HKey local machine software Microsoft Windows current version run. And here, when you have reached here, right click, select new and select string value. I'm going to name it here services and click on this one, and I'm going to give value here. So the value is the folder slash and a file name shell1.exe. Click OK. And now everything is set, and we'll reboot our system. Before that, make sure it is running. I'm going to exit this one, select run. Make sure your reverse handler is running and give reboot here. I will pause the video for now. And my system has rebooted. You can see here metadata session 8 opened. So you can see the time is 9:39:24, and also you can see in the upper right corner it says 9:39, which means this has occurred now. And this is how you do backdoor using registry auto run. I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching. Hello everyone. In this video, we will add ourselves to our administrator group. So this is easily detectable method, but it is still a method that novice hackers will do. So one way to create a backdoor is you can add yourself to a administrator group. And I'm gonna add Chris Griffin. Group name not found. Maybe I can add it to domain admins. Okay, it's because Chris Griffin is already a member. Still. Okay, so say this will be useful when your organization have large number of members, and sometimes they have difficulty to track difficult to track each member. In that case, this will be useful, but it does not provide stealthiness. In this method, you will get easily caught. But the command is net group, the group name, the user you want to add, and the add keyword, and the domain keyword. You want to add it to the domain, Active Directory domain. So I hope you understood this video, and thanks for watching.